So, good morning. Who is not sober yet? All right, this is the starting of the very last day of PoRtaL 8 conference. I welcome you once again, and to all the ladies in the room, I wish you all the best for the International Women's Day. Once we manage to open the bar, there's a free coffee for you. Or tea, whatever you want to take. I'm not assuming anything. So we'll start off with another lady. Esperanza Montero will tell us about how to make LARPs international. She comes from Spain and with a huge ton of experience in these things. So without much further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm super excited to be here with so many great talks. And I have a first question. How many of you are LARP organizers in this room? Okay, everyone. Cool. That's cool. Okay, we have. I'm sorry then this talk maybe would be a little bit boring for you because it's more thought for organizers. So I'm going to start with myself because I think it's important to speak about who we are because it's my point of view that is unique because I have some specifics. So I'm 42, I'm from Spain, I have a background, I studied media, so when I think about LARPs, I tend to use media production structure when I think about that. This has been how our organization has been related. I'm an activist, I'm bisexual, that's why I chose this picture. Everything that I do is super political because in our organization we believe in something that we call LARPtivism. That means using LARP as a political tool. So what we do usually is like, yeah, I'm going to play a LARP in the space. No, yeah, sure. But you're going to speak about racism, about cards of war, and we're going to treat high oppression. I'm going to play a LARP related to Westworld in Spain in a cool cinema setting. Yes, we're going to speak about intersectional oppression. You don't know it when you sign up, but we plan it to happen. So yesterday I learned it could be called like a form of EduLARP, depending on how it's done and depending on how is the briefing. Sometimes we do the briefing like that way, and others we don't. So not only LARP is a very young organization, I think we are 4 or 5 years old. And we started with, Enrique is my usual co-designer, co-everything, and everything I do is one of my best friends. And we were sitting in our dorm speaking about what we wanted to do. And it's like, why if we make an organization as the Polish people are doing, but not with Danish people involved. Just we Spaniards decide to make our own international LARPs in a place that we know that is cheap for production, in a place where we can do big productions and we have really cool scenarios, really cool locations to do stuff, and we don't need any Nordic to do that for us. So it was our beginning. So we had 2 goals. I think we pretty much succeeded in what we wanted. First of all, make international LARPs in Spain. And as a consequence to that, bring more Spanish people to the international games. Because when we make, usually the things that happen with local players that don't usually speak much English, they are super worried about speaking in English and LARPing in English. But if you do it in my town, maybe I will go. And that is how we started bringing some international Spaniards to the international scene. This is the first international LARP ever made in Spain. It's an organization that's called Somnia. They have been doing international LARP since, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. But it was the first attempt to make an international. What they did, and I think it works when you are not super sure about going international, is they reserve some spots for international players. So it's like, we're going to make a design for Spaniards that we know that we will come because they know us and they know that we do good LARPs. And let's add like 5 or 4 spots for internationals with a special design because you need to design for locals having to interact with the others. So it's like the bosses are going to be the international ones. So it's the best way that they are going to be speaking with the other. Our first experience was a LARP called Blue Flame. We tried to do this, but something weird happened because when we opened the sign up, then we found out that half of the players, not 5 or 10, were internationals. That was complicated because it was our first weekend LARP as organizers. So we needed to change the whole team to be able to write in English. We were not ready. We were like 2 people able to write in English. So we started recruiting people and finding proofreaders because we don't speak really good English. And we are aware of that. So we usually have the part of people checking our grammar or checking that we are writing is not written by a toddler. And this is what is happening right now. Well, after that, we did some other LARPs. We made Conscience. We made Red Center. And we're now in Mission Together and Violetas. We're making, our usual strategy is we make a big LARP. And we make a more experimental personal LARP. That is the small one where we test the weird things that we cannot do in blockbusters. All of them with the idea of trying to make people think about stuff. What is the problem when we think about internationalization of LARPs? Our main problem is this. The international LARPers, I was checking yesterday the Globetrotting LARPers Facebook group, where there are many LARPs advertised. There is a LARP every weekend in this year. And we are in March, so not all LARPs have been advertised. So this is the most complicated problem that we're facing as organizers. It's like, there are tons of LARPs everywhere. So what I'm going to do to try to attract players to my LARP when most international don't know me. Oops. So there are some things that we think that is important for the international audience. Your LARPs needs to be an interesting LARP. There's a trick that we were speaking about yesterday with Simon, and we had the conversation. It's like, if you have an awesome location, they will come. I mean, you need to offer something that is different. In our case, it was, you're going to go to a real Western studio to play a Western LARP. In your case, you have amazing locations. I've seen some of them, but you need to offer something that is different, because you have a cool location, a story that has never been told before in that way. You need to have good communication. We will speak about what we understand as good communication. Of course, you need to deliver. I mean, control the expectations and give what you promised. You need to be reliable on safety. This is very important because I mean, I was speaking with Simon yesterday, it was fun. It's like, no, but we don't have a safety team in this lab, but you're Swedish. Everyone in the international scene assumed that you're Swedish, so you're taking care of the safety. But when you're from a country that most international LARPers don't know, they're super worried about if your safety design is accurate, if they're going to be safe playing, depending on what you do. We will get to there later, don't worry. And of course, they need to trust you, or at least have fulfilled these other points well enough. So it's like, let's give them an opportunity. An opportunity that will have a cost of plane ticket, hotel, your LARP. I mean, you need to offer something that is super attractive to them. So thinking about design, this is what we did for Mission Together. These are the entire relationship nets of all of the 145 characters. That is kind of weird. How do we usually design? We think about the concept, something that you can sell in one sentence. In Hollywood, it's called elevator pitch. That is, you have only 2 minutes to speak with your producer, so you need to sell what is your LARP about. It could be, for example, one of your LARPs in one sentence.
Superheroes voting for government.
For example, that's an example. One of your LARPs, for example.
We have the science fiction gender norm LARP for teenagers.
Cool. When you listen to that, you know what you're going to play. Not every time, because you're assuming things. When you think about your first concept, you will assume, so it's sci-fi, and you have, it's fantasy, and in this case, they are feminists. You're saying it with wrong day. So with that, I mean, we need to first think about the first sentence of what is our LARP about, to be able to think who is our audience, who is the tone, who is everything. Something that we usually do as organizers, we have the plot writer lead, and he knows everything. Cool. What if your plot writer has an accident? What if your plot writer is ill? Or if they decide to leave at some point because they're not happy, you have any kind of problem at the organization, and they decide to leave? You're fucked up. So, all written. In organization, we work with, I could spend another hour speaking about how we organize the plot part, but what we feel is like we have a limited time from people who are doing it on a voluntary basis, so in their free time, and life is more important than their voluntary time. So you need to have super short tasks with written information. So we start with having the idea, then we get to the design document. I need to have not only plot, but also everything related to your logistics. Example, what is covered and what is not covered with the price. Is there a LARP bus or is not? If you're trying to have uniforms or not, how much are the uniforms? I mean, you need to think a lot of other things that are not only plot related. But you need to have that information. And then we get to the character design, where we have first discussed all the plots. I mean, our mission together plot document has around 100 pages right now. It's like plot. And Tina had a relationship with Peter, and Peter cheated Nina with Tom. So we have the different ideas of who saw it, who did everything. So you have all of the plot functions. So in the moment you were going to start writing the character, you have all of the idea about how is the plot about. We do it with every plot that we have with the character. When we're speaking about plot, is something active to do or some information that you have, but you need to be able to play on it. Something that we usually do as designers, sometimes we consider plots that are not plots. If I have an information, that's not exactly a plot, because that is a passive plot, because someone needs to ask me about information so I can directly be involved in a plot. Or if someone needs to do something so I can play the plot, then it's a passive plot. We cannot rely on other players to activate the plots for others. So we need to include some things to do. And what we usually do is we have the core idea, the themes, and every plot has something to do with the themes. So if it's about racism, in the case of Mission Together, all of the plots will be related to what happened in the war, who killed who did horrible things to the others. So with that, we can articulate and make the players play with the themes that we want. Other things that we will have relationships. Well, as we see, we have meaningful things to do, meaningful relations. Something super important regarding relationships. Actually, what we do is we have a meeting with all of the plot writers, and we feed what is the minimum of a good character sheet for that specific LARP. So we say, for example, in Mission Together, we're speaking about from 9 to 11 relationships, at least 5 important for the character. So it's not your neighbor. It needs to be your friend. It needs to be someone you have an important relationship. We have also added from 5 to 7 plots, things to do. Sometimes it could be personal plots or it could be group plots. For example, personal is regarding that you have a conflict because you're in love with someone of another race and they killed your brother, so with that you have a conflict to play on. But in other cases, the best pilot is going to be the pilot of the bridge of the final spaceship, for example. That is a group plot. But you need to have different plots. And also not dependable on one player. Because as we said before, player can decide not to play on that. So what we do is, if there's a plot that is important and it relies on players, we at least have 3 players that have that plot. So they can start the plot. We are sure that one of the 3 players will make it happen. If we want to make it super sure, it will be 2 players and an NPC to activate the plot. Or if you have a secret and you want that secret to be spread, you at least need 3 characters to be sure one of them NPCs. It's usually we follow this kind of rule. I'm sure you have also yours because you're also LARP organizers, so you have your way to do it. We have different steps. We have the pro-writing, idea, design document, plots, design of character with the plots they're involved and the relationships they have. And then we have a writer. Then we have a playability and coherence test. That's a check. That is something that I do. I read all of character sheets and said everything makes sense and all of the characters are playable. And then we have the English proofreading because we don't speak good English. And it's totally okay to not speak good English, but please have proofreaders to do that work for you. So with that, we can guarantee that a character has at least 3 different plot writers checking it. In some cases, 5. So it's the best way to have like the same quality of work for each character. You can get to the situation because it's my friend. In this page, this character is going to have 100 pages, but everyone else will have 5. It doesn't happen in our LARPs. This is also what international LARPers are going to expect. Depending on the culture, for example, in my culture, we write everything. For example, in some Nordic cultures, Swedish, for example, you don't write everything. And sometimes they make their own character sheet or they make their own relationships. I'm speaking in a culture where you find a full character sheet with all of the information. And you say, yeah, can I make some extra relationships? But don't forget to play the relationship that you already have. So this is how we do it in our culture. But if we get to this finally, what we're thinking is in having a full character sheet with the same amount of quality for all of the players. Communication. Well, the first step is to think what we're going to communicate. It's like the short sentence, the signed document, so who I'm going to face. I have written all of this part with all of the mistakes we have made. I think it's really fun, and it's a better way to actually understand some things. Communication problem 1, conscience. It was our big international LARP. When we started it, I was super worried because we were charging 225 euros. That was the most expensive LARP ever in Spain. And everybody wanted to kill us, and I was super worried because no one will sign up. We had players enough for 3 runs because people start signing up, and at some point it was super stressing because we saw many of the gods of LARP. I mean, in the Nordic designers, for us, it was the gods of LARP. And it was like, oh fuck, if we fuck up no one, we will never be able to play a LARP or make a LARP ever. So with this amount of pressure, we forgot something. So we added the people will sleep in a dorm. In Spain, usually the dorms are from 50 to 2 people. So we had an emergency communication when at some point, it was like 3 months before the LARP. I mean, it was not in the beginning. So all company employees will sleep in a dorm. And then we started to see many people super angry reacting at us. But it's a dorm. So we had like 5 people looking at different dictionaries to find how many people should fit in a dorm. Because it seems in other cultures, when you think about the dorm, you're speaking about 8 max, but not in ours. And we couldn't find it in any dictionary. Because we are from different cultures. Right now, if you see any of our LARPs, it's super clearly stated, dorms of from 2. But that was that was super problematic for us because we had some players that they only wanted to have 6 people max in the dorm. I'm not sure if it was part of their culture or not, but it was a problem of communication at the moment. My advice with that, ask people from different countries to check your websites if you're going international. Because you might be missing a super important point, or you might be offending someone without wanting to offend them. Another communication problem. Well, it was not exactly a communication problem, but in conscience, we got to this safety system. So depending on these things, depending on the color that you were wearing, you were starting a negotiation. It was stated on the website that everyone should have a negotiation off-game to play sexual violence. We had a special protocol thought of how to play on sexual violence, considering that it should be in special places. So if you didn't want to see this kind of scenes, you could avoid looking at it. But it was one of the themes of the game. This means that you will know that this have happened. And we had the Italian and Spanish problem. Yeah, our own people fighting with us. It was fun because they didn't read the off-game negotiation, and when we stated the specifics, that you need to speak with the person, ask them, tell them what you're going to do, ask them about the boundaries. For some international LARPers that were Italians and Spanish, it was like, oh, but what about my immersion? Yeah, I mean, because there are people who, for them, it's super important, that part. It's like, so negotiate with many people before, so you don't need to care. I mean, you can even have your notes for raping people, but you need your notes, because we stated that that was important for the negotiation. Of course, if you know the other player and you usually LARP with them, sometimes you don't need to do that because you know the other. But with a stranger, we said that. So it was more not related what we missed in the website, but what they understood. But if we had stated the whole safety system, including how was the negotiation, they would have nothing to object. But it was not written, it was not stated, so it was problematic at that point. All of this meant hours and hours of not sleeping. Another communication problem, Red Center. So we launched this website. I was very surprised because I was expecting the backlash that we had with this game with Conscience, not with Red Center. Because in Conscience, sexual violence was part of the themes, but in Red Center was not. I mean, it's about Handmaid's Tale, so sexual violence is part of the themes, but it's not it's not something that is going to happen. So in the United States, some people didn't read this part that says safety. It has the whole system of safety. And they started to think that we didn't have a safety system, and they also started to say that, because we said everyone will be a female, because it was a LARP only for women and non-binary people. And we said that there might be an NPC, a male NPC. So they immediately assumed that that male NPC was going to rape everyone. And it was just for one of the ending scenes, nothing to do with that. So we had to fight this backlash because players don't read. That's another important thing. No matter how, I mean, if it's big and it's bold and it's red, they won't read it, or they will understand what they want to. So, lessons. Your culture is not everyone's culture. Ask everyone you have around. Players don't always read. Manage expectation. Super clear stated. Because for them, it's a contract. What is in your website, it's a contract. Add the design document with everything that you're going to do. I mean, at some points when we advertise the LARPs, we don't know all of the techniques that we're going to use. But please communicate them to the players as soon as possible. Talk to your target. I think Simon spoke a lot about this yesterday, about the target, the audience that you have. What is your audience? Who are you going to advertise it to? And be humble and learn from your mistakes. Where should I advertise them? Globetrotting LARPers. I think there's 2,500 members right now. LARPers BFF. And if you want to advertise to Spanish LARPers, Spanish LARP. Okay, we call production everything that is, some people call logistics or production or project management. So this email saying that our app was rejected was a week and a half before Conscience. All of the robots, I don't know if you know about Conscience, it's a lab based in Westworld, so we have robots in a Western park, and we had the whole company. We had the plot writers, the people who care about their behavior, and the maintenance guys. So the communication with the robots for changing their character sheet and for changing everything was the app. So I think most of you already know this, but make a plan B of technology. It was super scary. And we had to contact all of the players to ask them for a specific number that was very difficult to find for not nerdy people with their phones. We solved it, but this was super scary. Another problem, and this is a cultural problem. In Spain, I think we have like a 5 or 2% people who are vegan or vegetarian. So what happened is international LARPers were expecting to have naturally a vegan option. For our culture, naturally, no one was vegan. Ask them. I mean, we solved it, but it was problematic as part of the experience. This is very common. I'm going to be, it happens depending on every LARP, but if you try to save money in some places, you will lose part of your team. I mean, if you try to make them do things that are super problematic as cleaning dishes or cleaning, or not everyone is super happy for doing so, sometimes it's easier to actually hire people to do some part of the stuff. But you're all experienced organizers, so I'm not going to speak much about this. And this was the last one. Check the location and try to find locations that are reliable. It was fun. We tried to make a LARP in the Canary Islands. We ended up moving it to Madrid because it was impossible to make a LARP there. I mean, we had the commitment of the location, and they called me like a month before to tell me, hey, do you remember the location you had? You no longer have it. They said, don't worry, we already changed the entire location because we didn't trust you. I mean, it was impossible to make a LARP there. So please try to find first the commitment of the location. And also, I mean, if there's a way to make it in your country, to have any kind of refund in case of cancellation or penalty in case of cancellation, because it can be problematic. So players don't always write, but you have to write it. Again, your culture is not everyone's culture. The questionnaires, but allergies and food preference includes vegan and vegetarian, because it must not be part of your country, but it can be part of other countries' culture. And make a plan B, C, D for technology. And the same, I think we all have written this, be humble and learn from your mistakes. I think also had Simon the same sentence. About safety. I don't know, do you have in your countries a safety system or safety culture or safety teams? Some people are looking at me as, what the fuck is that? Okay. I'm going to tell you what we do, but what we do is not a standard, and it's part of who we are. So, but mostly what we have is we have a special group of people in the team that is a safety team. So we have, every time we have a code of conduct. So in my case, I'm bisexual. I pretended for years to be straight in the LARPing, in Spanish LARPing community, because I was super scared to being discovered, because I didn't know how they were going to react. Funny thing, half of the Spanish community that is LARPer, they are bisexual, but I didn't know. But so many people, I'm speaking about non-binary, trans people, LGBT, I mean, any kind of the letters of the LGBTQ, we won't feel super welcome unless we are told that we are welcome, or unless we know that there will be consequences if someone does bad things to us. So we have a code of conduct of what can you do and what cannot you do, so you know what to expect from the organization. And also we have that team, so any player can speak to the safety team, and they will in confidential information. So the safety team can directly say, this player is not going to the LARP. And anyone else is allowed to ask. So no one is allowed to ask to the safety team. Why? Because we manage a lot of confidential information. We all know that in our communities, we have exceptional players, but some are not so exceptional in some places in their lives. I mean, I'm speaking of predators. Every gaming culture has problems, and we are not an exception in that. So we have a team to actually be able to check. Most of the things that safety team manage are miscommunications. It's like, he said this because of that, and you listen to the other version, it's like, you should talk together, because he didn't mean, she didn't mean, they didn't mean, you know what I mean. But sometimes you can find people who sign up for LARPs that are problematic and can be a risk to your player. So it's super important that you are able to manage that. And also it's super important that you have safety techniques or the internationals feel safe with you. Because if they don't feel safe, I mean, there are many stories of companies that have failed because of this part, or LARP organizers that have failed because of this part. I mean, it's nothing that is going to be a short term, but it will be a mid-term problem. So what we did in the beginning, it was not in my organization, but it was in the LARPs I was. In my usual group of players that we were organizing this Spanish LARP, we thought that playing with rape was okay. And of course, it is not okay to not state it. And there was a massive problem in this LARP because we were assuming, I'm not speaking about Spain, but a specific group of players. So when we invited everyone else, that was problematic because that was one of the themes, and we didn't disclose openly that was going to be one of the themes. So when we're speaking about safety, again, your culture is not everyone's culture. You need someone in the group of the team that can handle confidential information, and they will have authority to make decisions. And code of conduct, safety techniques as a part of the design. I don't know if you usually work with safety techniques, like safe words or this kind of, okay. State them publicly. Not only in the workshops, say it before. Say it in the website, because that will help you to build trust with your players. Add themes as red lines, important topics or complicated topics, add them as a theme. And actually what we do right now is like, this is a theme, this is not a theme, to avoid having these kind of problems, because if not, it will change. And be humble and learn from your mistakes. About the trust in organizers, it's something that you need to build. The name is something that you need to build, and they will only know about you when you come. But if you manage the other steps well, the safety, making a good LARP in a place that is cool or is new for the international community, you will earn their trust. But something super important to earn the trust is also to know who you are. For example, in my organization, we have been focused in showing actively that we are activists, we take safety very seriously, and when we fuck up, that we do as everyone, we are humble and we try to learn from the experience. This is part of who you are, and you need to say this openly to the players as well. I mean, it needs to be stated in the website, and it's easier to build a name when you're super sure about who you are. So think about, who are you as an organizer? What makes you different from the others, or similar to others, but what is most important for your organization? Because with that, you can start building the trust. And that was it. I don't know if you have questions. Also, I feel that many of the things that I was speaking about, I mean, many of the you already know, but I think it was important to state everything.
There was a question here.
I'm sorry, this is not a question. This is me. Is this working? Do you know? Or should I just speak louder? Or can you actually hear it?
Yeah, we can switch them.
Okay, this is me just making a point, because we're the last day at the conference. People are tired. I also hear a lot of coughing all over the room. That might be, you're a smoker, you were up last night, now you're coughing. It might be you got a cold. It might be you have corona. And I want to remind everyone, if you cough in your hand and then touch something, and someone else touches that, like this microphone, and they touch their face, they will probably get sick. That means every time you cough, you need to cough in your arm. As soon as you cough in your hand, you're contagious. So you need to wash your hands before you touch anything. And we're a lot of people from a lot of countries, so we probably have different germs and we'll make each other sick. Let's try to not do that. So now you're probably gonna have to hold this one for everyone. Okay.
There was you. Yeah. So? No, we're streaming live, so.
All right, so you said at one point that you didn't really feel safe about your sexuality when it came at coming out on LARP. And so has your experience with new players changed over the years? So you are 42, like you said, so I imagine you started LARPing way back when maybe that was more recently.
It was like 7 or 8 years ago. But I was not sure about how everyone was going to react. In that moment, I had been the president of the biggest organization in Spain. I mean, it was very easy to see I was bisexual because I was very open about that. But when you are not part of the norm, or when you are not part of the privileged group, you feel unsafe when you don't know the people. So it's like, I'm going to open up my feelings and everything because it's what you do in LARP. I mean, it's like you play and you get intense emotions and everything. But I was not sure if I was going to be safe stating openly, hey, I'm bisexual. Because all of the LGBTQ community, we all have been taught during our life that there might be bad reaction of who we are. For example, in a job at some point, no one wanted to get changed with me in the same room, for example, something like that. And so I'm not saying that I was expecting that from the LARP community, but I was scared of not being accepted. So, and for an organization, it's super easy. You only need to say, we don't accept any kind of discrimination because of this, this, and that. And when you see it, then you feel safe. It's super easy. But it's complicated to see it when you're straight because you're accepted everywhere.
I think this one works now.
Oh, okay.
So what we actually found out is in Serbia we're considered a bit of a backwater place, and I don't say that very proudly. But what I did like about our community and what might also work for you, but again, you're more of a niche and specialized. So when we started introducing like these kinds of rules and when we said that, oh, you know, no discrimination or anything, we actually got a bit of a feedback from the LGBTQ community that they were then feeling more endangered or singled out in a sense that, you know, there was still this kind of barrier, like, watch out. But when we didn't do that, what actually happened is that players, of course, we had some minor problems, but never anything like major. People actually integrated more naturally into the game in a sense that, you know, these things would come out. People wouldn't, let's say, push their sexuality on others, whether it was, you know, LGBTQ or straight or whatever. And, you know, whenever people would feel either discomforted or anything, like, let's say, a straight person was hitting on an LGBTQ or vice versa, they would just be like, oh, you know, man, thanks a lot for the compliment. That's not my style, but, you know, you made my day at least. Because, and we went from this, like, let's call it playful play down or a friendly play down to actually then people, you know, slowly integrating them very normally into the cycle and then that no longer being the question. So do you think that maybe be a better approach, like not stating, you know, no discrimination or anything, so letting it integrate naturally, or do you still prefer like making a rule set?
For an international audience, state it openly, because it's the only way that we know. I mean, especially when we are going to a country that we don't know. I mean, actually, I had to check with International Amnesty that picture. It's like, I don't know this country I'm going. I don't know how are the rights there. Thanks, you have an amazing country for that part. But in some places, just having the picture would me in jail or me dead. So, I mean, so when you're international and queer person, actually we are now attracting many queer people because they know many of us are queer. So, but it's better if you stay openly, because it's not about me feeling welcome, but people who are not reacting well to me having consequences by the organizers. You know what I mean?
I see. It's not really towards you feeling safe, it's more like to them being warm.
Exactly. I think.
There was
Would you have an example of the safety mechanics in with words and with the gestures?
Oh yeah, I mean there are many. What we usually work with, this is the OK checking mechanic. It's super good because you can be immersed, and so I can be shouting at you, and with this I'm asking you, are you player okay? And the player can say, I am okay, so, or I'm not okay. So you can be shouting at someone or even fighting and the other crying horribly and you don't know the other, but you can ask without breaking immersion, how are you? Other thing that we do, we use the safe words. We work with green, that is a suggestion. It's like, I would like to increase the intensity of this. Yellow, take it easy. Or any kind of word. I mean, you need to have some specific words. And red, that means stop the scene. Something that we also do is every time that someone sets a boundary, say red or stop or whatever, we thank the other. Because we can LARP because there are boundaries. There are some examples where I would be super happy to, if any one of you is interested in safety, there are a couple of groups of Facebook with super good people in safety, so I can introduce you to them. And if you have any kind of question regarding anything, I mean, you can contact me, as I think many of us can help you with that. Thanks for the question, Mick.
But you stated that, like in several slides, that it is a problem that players usually don't read, or many times they don't read the material. And how do you compensate that?
We usually fail, because there are people that even if you send emails and it's written in every document and you say in the workshops, they won't listen. But there's something super important when you're an organizer, that you have a responsibility as an organizer. So it's better to say, sorry, but this was stated in the themes. Check the website and send them the website back. I have said it. It's not my responsibility if you didn't understand. Of course, in very important things, you don't only need to write it down, but workshop it, make them rehearse it. I mean, safe words is better if you put everyone to rehearse it so they can feel comfortable saying them. And some things cannot be just transmitted by, I mean, there are many things that you need to work with them. But reading things, they won't bring, I mean, and it's problematic, and it's also super frustrating with the players that actually do read. It's like, why you always say this? Because there are people that keep on asking them that on Facebook. I haven't talked about this, but boundaries are super important with players. We no longer reply to any message that is not an email. I discovered at some point I wanted to kill myself when we were like a week before a LARP, and we had a LARP a month after. And at some point it's like, why am I so stressed? Because I'm replying to 20 different people by different messages. WhatsApp, Telegram, audio message calling me. It's like, stop that. Set only one way with many people who can do that work, so it doesn't rely on one person, and set the boundary. That has improved my life as a person, really.
Why? Because of coronavirus.
Now no one wants to take the microphones.
Sorry, I survived the swine flu. Okay, so I wanted to ask about the part where you said that it is important to state who we are, and I can interpret it in at least two ways, so I wanted to check with you what exactly you mean. So from one part I understand that it's important to have like a real person behind, just the name of the organizer's team, like, like faces, but also, if I understood correctly, you want to also show to the players that your backgrounds support the themes that you are working with. Is that correct?
There are different things. It's like, what is the identity of your LARP? So that means what themes has it, and who is the team behind that specific LARP. But there's something super important. It's about the organization. I mean, you as an organization, even if you don't want it, you have a personality for the people who are signing up. Unless it's one LARP, there's the persons who are behind it. But it's one organization. That means you have to some values attached to your organization. So with that, for example, I'm going to put you an example in our organization. Every member of the staff signs a special code of conduct that is even more restricted than the players. For example, I mean, they need to sign many things, including, for example, that they are not going to use their privilege as an organizer at the after LARP parties, for example. It's like, you're not going to use this. And they sign it. Because this is how we are as an organization, and it sets how is our organization.
I have a question. What did you find most challenging when trying to make a LARP an international one? You personally.
Most challenging. I think me as a project manager, I have been involved in every time a worse project in terms. I mean, more complicated. It's just a moment. It's like we started with 50 players, and now we are in 2 rounds of 240 people in total, and building many spaceships and managing a team of 60 people. I think it's myself committing to things that are super complicated, but. Right now, I think it's the most complicated parts when you have a big project is to manage the team. Because if you're in charge of writing and production and you have to manage a team of many people, only managing the team is just a task for one person. So it could be that.
And have another. How do you manage difficult players?
That is easy. I love Simon's approach because it's mostly what we do. We are not organizing for profit. This means that we are giving a present to players. So if it's something that I give for free, then it's something I can decide to whom I give it. So in our orga, our personal safety as people is the most important thing. It's like, so if we find a problematic player, we try to speak with them. If it gets super problematic, we are happy to remove them from the game. I mean, someone that is really hurting the safety or hurting the play of others. And if they have been super complicated to manage, for us it's easier to survive ourselves. Because if we let ourselves burn out, then the other players will never play a LARP from us because we will stop making LARPs. So take care of yourselves. You see people who are super, we call it the customer approach. Have paid this, and so I'm a customer. I'm sorry, you're not. You have paid for the materials. You have not paid for my time. This is, I mean, even if we're charging for it, this is a community building something, and that includes you building as a community. So they are not welcome, and that's okay. And we're super open about that.
Do you have any suggestions for encouraging people who are quiet or shy to approach organizers with problems that they have?
That is a huge problem. Actually, even if we say it many times, what we try to do is we try to have like every organizer, we work with a lot with secret NPCs, even as GMs of groups, but we try to have everyone attached to a GM. Is the person who gives them the workshops, is the person who is in charge of them. So the first question that we have in the meeting is like, how are your players? Is anyone bored? Is anyone quiet? So we try as a group to, in that meeting, is like, how can we do so this player can have fun or this player can talk to other people? Of course, there are many people that we clearly fail because it's complicated to do so. But I think the best approach that we have is to actually delegate in many people try. But it's not possible to actually, yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, that's it. Thank you, Esperanza.
Thank you.
Well, same as before, 5-minute break, and then you come back for the next round. I remind you that you can get coffee now and whatever you need at the bar, and girls, just show your name tag and, you know. That's me. Oh, okay. If someone else just...
Yeah, I know.
It is surprising sometimes what words come across as synonyms. So we're having this with, with that one, we have 4 words for describe carrots, and we have proof for English as a second language. And they're saying these 2 words sound too similar. And as a native English speaker, you have never even remotely the same.
That's why we stopped having people, because we had this type of equiplators that were Spanish but also were bilingual.
Yeah.
We stopped working with them because sometimes it happens to them that they don't see the Spanish colors.
Yeah. So we have with honest and humble, which to them, that sounds like 2 very similar words.
Yeah.
But as a native, they're very different. But again, this is different.
You can be humble and lie as shit.
Yes, exactly.
That's not.
But then, given that this is the only language, I'll struggle to think of other words I could use to describe it.
Actually, last time was perfect. We had an Irish person singing some characters, and somebody's like, they don't understand a word about this. So we had Spanish bilingual trying, speaking with the other two, like, actually, yeah, he has directly translated everything. So in that specific writer, we had to have first someone who was translating it to English and then to English. Because it happens. I mean, as someone he made the funny things.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have done funny things.
Hey, watching the stream. Okay. The quality is great except for the microphone when it mutes itself, because obviously on the stream there's no sound at all.
No, we did have some problems
Yeah.
with it here. I think there's a bit of lead over here.
But the internet was perfectly fine. I could listen to all of it. I didn't listen to all of it, but I could.
Decided to write.
No, I was walking with it. It was just a little bit distracting when I was trying to walk with the. So then I was going into a store to buy some breakfast, and then it got even more complicated. So I turned it off and just walked past it.
One of our organizers is
whole family caught the swine. But it was fun. And people were saying,
inside the family was also my grandfather's sister who was diagnosed
but the
with
perception of
92
players
or
was
something.
that we had
So when she was diagnosed with the swine flu, very discreetly, we started paying her visits,
out as
to spend
bisexual
some
and
time
obviously
with
can't
her,
really
because
be
you
never know. A big part
no,
of
we
my
were
social
certain
coming out was
that
that I noticed
we
that
weren't
kids
given
were
her a
so
chance.
high that
92 and the swine
and I was drunk and I
not a
used
cool
business cards by
combination.
accident.
Yes, we
And I'm like, okay, looks like I'm
spent
coming out.
time with her, discreetly said goodbye.
But the way
She lived
the
now
way
10 years.
people interact with me, and gaming in particular, is
Swine.
radical.
I mean, with her.
Yeah.
Like, to an extent. The categorization of female and sexuality. Yeah, sure, definitely.
I have a speech like that, so when I come out of the first as bisexual, it's like, why everyone is telling them all of the kinky shit? It's like, it happens all of the time, because for some straight guys, it seems like an invitation.
Yes.
Like, no, I'm saying I'm bisexual, not bisexual with you.
Yes.
I was
Well,
not bisexually ugly. In a sense
no, but
like,
it happens sometimes. Every time I have come out of the closet as bisexual with straight guys, it's like, for many of them it seems like an invitation. It's like, no, sorry, I'm not bisexual with you. For you, I'm a lesbian, right? Because some of them, I had a friend who even had a boyfriend, and she never told the guy that she was bisexual to avoid him asking, can we make a threesome? Because porn.
Well, it was one of the sweetest things was one of my clients said that, okay, so that this relationship can be equal, in order for somebody who wants us to be involved in a lesbian relationship as part of the group success, then there needs to be a guy involved for you. And I thought that's very sweet, honey, but that is not going to be realistic. Shit does not go down. That's just not how that happens.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, so we actually had a bit of a, let's say, when you mentioned, bisexual to straight, we also had a problem with, for example, straight girls bothering gay guys in a sense that they would get more touchy with them, and then it would be like, teasing
yes,
or
it's
playing.
fine.
Yeah. So how do you deal with that? Also?
Yes.
But then they're not afraid of anything, because it's basically working on the fear of the heterosexual masculinity is like so ever present that when you're finally with a guy that you know will not see it as a sexual invitation or will even rape you if you come on to him, and it's like finally free ground and then become like everyone else.
Yeah.
But consent for touching should apply to
Yes,
anyone
yes, exactly.
without even knowing what the sexuality is. I mean,
deal with that.
But with any people who are actually harassing others needs to have a word.
You also very
I mean, it doesn't depend on gender. It's the person. I mean, and sometimes it's this because sometimes people don't really get it. I have so many conversations with people saying, sorry, but you don't, I mean, having to first speak with the people who is complaining. Is it okay if I approach the other person and say that they're having some complaints without saying much information so you avoid
Yeah, so
starting
you tell them
with
that,
the other?
just take it down and
But it's okay, have you realized that maybe this person could be bothered but if you do this? I mean, I have many conversations with different players and sometimes it's some things that they don't realize.
Yeah, they realize over
I mean,
everything.
it's not important and if they continue and they don't get it, then you need to be more.
For example,
Oh, I've had a lot of gluten-free bread.
some players were quite toxic and we asked them not to come to our LARP. And some our noticed they applied to some international LARP, and especially if you know the organizers, hey, just know this, keep an eye on this guy, it might be an issue.
Said that, if you ever make an international LARP, all of the international organizers are usually super open. That if you send us the list of the people who have signed up for our nationality or the group, to say this person could be problematic or this person is super violent sometimes, so they these kind of things, that you can.
Is that covered under GDPR thing? No.
No.
Not
No, I mean in this case
it's not public. It's not public information.
yeah, I mean we don't have public lists, but you can come to us to any organizer. Like I'm seeing some people that are from Spain, but sometimes even we consult between ourselves. Like this guy can play a
they cannot play these kind of things, or they are not familiar with it. And there are some Spanish not so good people in the Science for International Labs. I would be happy to point you if they are in the labs. Thank you.
I just want to do a quick photo with you guys. Can you go upstairs? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was just going to say that I have to leave during the next talk, so thank you everybody, and I'll see you later.
Keep on writing, make fun.
My son, my lovely son. Mother.
Upstairs, but I don't know where you
Family. Grandma, go kick your butt.
Not yet. Give me 2 more months.
Now you're more like your own. The guy who thought it was brilliant. Or in jail because all of them actually tried to find out what's going on. What are you talking about? The other guy was in prison. It's a flat charge. What? It's a flat charge. Flat. Don't say anything about the guy. No, maybe he's a billionaire. He's like a real person. That's right. Sentimi da posa. Marinakis, you sure? Well, there. Is Marinakis a billionaire? Marinakis is a billionaire.
But anyway,
If he's a millionaire, I will disprove.
Marinakis. Wait, yesterday I said something really funny. Said when you have a wedding, try to invite as many billionaires as possible, because it's possible that some of them will, their assistants will take it and say, who the fuck is this? Just as a gift. And end up with kids. But I was thinking that maybe one of them is crazy enough to actually, go to this mail and say, who is this? Are they making fun of me? And they can put them in jail. They're like, wow, it's such a wedding. Like, they're billionaires. They can buy your way to jail. You have evidence of you involved in that. I mean, come on. Dystopia, people.
I'll just put this here.
That's good. PoRtaL. Acá, Maloy.
No idea what that's called. Thank you.
So you're both from Hungary?
Yeah.
Is it like a matching uniform?
Yeah. This is a, yeah. That's the official. Everyone PoRtaL words.
Really?
It's more than that. Everyone in Hungary has to wear this. It's the, yeah.
What does this color represent? Give us the close-up.
it's passion, no?
No, crimson is not passion.
It's the I'm passionate, but I also didn't sleep well at night.
Exactly.
bags under my eyes have this color, then I have to do it.
The matching color.
The matching color, that's the idea.
I'm gonna ask you many questions, but I'll wait after.
Hey, that's cool, because that's the idea. Because we just want to have like a short little intro, and we want to open it up. Let's say it's kind of a round table about building community, building an audience.
Yeah, no, doesn't work. You're gonna keep trying this thing. Trust me, I broke the whip.
Sorry to keep you waiting, guys.
No,
Because
no.
Mika is leaving. And
Not a problem.
wanted to have a chance
But you take your space, huh?
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Cool. Just let me first.
Oh yeah, sure.
Do my thing. Okay. So, after a short break, I hope you got your, coffee, tea, and whatever you need to keep you going. Let's move on. We are going to talk about how to build communities, and we have two Hungarians to make an intro to this subject. Nandor and Balint. So guys, you need 2 mics. You get 2 mics.
Excellent. Alright guys, so let's get right into this. I'd like to keep this short and sweet so we can have a little time to have a round table about building communities. So think on questions. So the title is Floating Islands and Parallel Worlds, Building Community and Audience for LARP in Hungary. We have a little experience in this. We started an organization called PoRtaL Worlds 2 years ago. So that's basically the one part of the title, and the other one will probably become clear later on. So my name is Nandor. What's my story in LARP? I used to be a player and an organizer for Vampire LARP back in my little town in Pécs. It's a small town in Hungary. We organized the chapters down there back in the early 2000s. Then around 2006, I had a couple of experiences with Buffer, and I pretty much kind of grew out of the hobby, or so I thought. There was a long, about 10-year hiatus in my LARP career, so to speak, until I found the international LARP community, and that's me, my natural habitat in a Polish castle. Yeah, so I found the international LARP community, and I looked around again in Hungary whether I can have those kind of play experiences in Hungary, and it became clear that, well, not really. So this is the reason why I started to organize Nordic-inspired chamber LARPs in Budapest. So that's my end.
Yeah, and I also started with the Vampire Lives. I never organized, but I was a player when I was around 17, and then also had a small experience, like short experiences with Buffer, and then in my 20s I didn't really play any LARP, but my original interest that was for like storytelling and creating characters and stories, I kind of like professionalized it, and I studied filmmaking. I became a director, and then during my master's studies, I was more like researching into improv and improv-based character and story creation, and that's how I found my way back to LARP, but more to the Nordic LARP kind of niche, and this is how I kind of came back to this interest in LARP.
So what we're going to be talking about, we're going to give you a short overview about the Hungarian LARP scene. We're not going to be going in very deep, but just to give you an impression about the scene. Then we're going to talk about how do we try to build community around chamber LARPs. and some of the techniques, some of the things that we use to reach new audiences, how to get people to play LARPs who have never played LARPs before. So that's kind of the goal of this. And after this, we're going to open it up for questions, for like a kind of a round table.
Yeah, we don't really want. Well, I mean, we can make a Q&A, but of course, what we would like more is to have also that you could also share your experiences with building communities.
So ancient history.
Yeah, that's my part, because I also, since last year, I'm also involved organizing in one of these kind of like ring camps, and this has a long tradition in Hungary. It started in the 38. Well, basically based on the Montessori pedagogy, these were like summer camps with kind of like with the theme that like created some kind of frame for these camps, and these became kind of like every camp. These camps were like fantasy kingdoms, and later on in the 80s, these well, back then it was just this kind of like bank summer camps, because this was well, it's a small town or village where it started, these camps, and then later on they spread, and in the 80s they got this high fantasy theme added, because in 81, that was the year when the Hungarian translation of Lord of the Rings was released, or was published. So, and until today, there are many spin-offs. There were also in the 60s. I'm not completely sure how it's related, but there's some kind of relation for sure. That were these Indian camps where the participants played that they are Indians, like Native Americans. And one of the like famous songwriter was a very active part of these kind of summer camps. And what is really interesting about this, that if you think about it, that all the pioneer movement, also the I always forget this, what is the Scouts? The Scouts, there is something kind of similar idea, like in these camps, like what was there originally, but both pioneers and the Scouts, they were like taken over with some kind of ideology, political ideology, and this like bank like style camps, they always stayed underground, and somehow they represented counterculture, so they never really made it to the mainstream. So like in 38, actually these summer camps started out for kids with Jewish background who couldn't join the Scouts. And so it was kind of like an opposition to the fascist regime, and later on also like stayed kind of an opposition against the communist regime. And I think in a way it continues this tradition.
Yeah, so what's fascinating about this for me is that these camps have been around for a long time, and they have multiple spin-offs that create an excellent background, excellent kind of backdrop for people to be turned into LARPers. So in a way, it's kind of a similarity between the Israeli Hugim culture. So this is basically the backdrop, that some of the things that we could use to turn people into actual LARPers. This is basically, and also this is way before the emergence of tabletop, the role playing in Hungary. So that's going to be the next bit. So let's talk just a little, just a few
floating islands.
So what is this metaphor for you?
Yeah, my metaphor is like we were talking about this before we created this the slides, and for me it really recalled this image of the delta of the Danube, where these islands are floating, and only the local fishermen or these locals who can navigate along these islands. Like everyone else who goes there, and you cannot have really a map of that area. You will get lost.
So yeah, and also floating islands is a dessert, right? So so that's my metaphor of the Hungarian LARP community. That the floating islands, the islands that sometimes coalesce and sometimes scatter. So it's a very scattered community, and I don't presume to know everything about it. It's while preparing this talk, we found some new groups that do something similar. So it's kind of an interesting. Maybe it's a Hungarian national feature that we have these. We have a lot of fragmentation in all kinds of activities that we do. So this does not exclude LARP. So the current floating islands of Hungarian LARP, we identified the 5 major islands. We have a buffer fantasy islands that started with the change of the regimes after the fall of the Berlin Wall, after '89, after the tabletop role playing kind of started in Hungary. Another island is, of course, everything that is organized around World of Darkness. So Vampire. Chamber LARP is kind of a small island, and it's kind of a recently emerging island. And it's I'm happy to say that it's not just the 3 of us doing parallel worlds who are actually organizing Chamber LARPs. There are others in Hungary. Airsoft-based LARPs. There is a significant amount of LARPification that's happening in the airsoft scene in the past decades in Hungary. So that's definitely a group. Again, this is another group that I don't know much about, but I thought it's good to mention. And of course,
there are these camps, kind of children's LARPs, and this camp has these camps have several spin-offs and several new realms in these known realms.
So yeah, just to point out, there is a Hungarian LARP community. Facebook group that has over 900 people. So again, this is not a big number if you compare it to other countries with similar populations. So Hungary has about with a population of about 10 million. It's still very much it's very much a subculture, I would just say. So that's the So let's talk a little bit about the background of Buffer.
Yeah, I'll talk about this. So basically, that was the first kind of LARP that emerged from, and the idea was just okay, we stand up from the table and we act it out, but still with some kind of character sheet and counting the HP and how, I don't know, how powerful my sword is. Anyway, originally, I think partially it started from these siege games, like war games, which is funny that we call it siege games and not war games. I mean, the Hungarian term, we talked about it. It's
my theory on this is that we were not really successful in battles and in wars in Hungarian history, but we had all of the big events that we actually won in Hungarian history were sieges. So this is why, even though there was no actual fortress, there were usually symbolic fortresses in remote locations in the woods that these guys that we fought for. We still called them siege games because we like sieges better.
Yeah.
You
mean
well, historically defending. Defense was the idea, but of course the game had 2 groups, a defending and an attacking group.
Yeah. So anyway, these games are usually in some remote locations in the woods, low budget, still very rules heavy games, especially for the mechanics of fighting and magic. Is there's still usually some kind of counting the points. Well, it can, 30 to 300 participants. I don't know actually if there was ever such big event, 300, maybe more 100, 200 participants. The largest game to date is Kiev in 2006. Oh, maybe you know something about that?
I was there.
Okay.
So that's still, I'm not exactly familiar with the actual numbers. It's more than 300, and that's up to date the largest game that we ever had. It came out of one of the few instances when multiple organizer groups cooperated in getting a big event together.
And the most recent one that's also Consensus LARP Studio, that's also kind of a cooperation of several groups, and last year they produced the Forgotten Realms LARP, and it had more than 50 players. And I wasn't there, but actually on the photos looked really cool. I mean, what I mean with that they managed to kind of inspire a design that all the players kind of followed the official design of Forgotten Realms. So there was some like really typical colors present in the costumes. I think that's definitely some kind of step forward from what we had before.
And also, these are open games. The next big chapter, so Word of Darkness, it's still around in Budapest. So we still have a Budapest by Night. That's a group of people organizing vampire LARPs and also changeling LARPs. So that's definitely going on. But these are invitational games, usually for kind of an inner circle of friends. So that's pretty much the and yeah. They also have the Budapest by Night organizers were the first ones to open up for the international community to make attempts at big international games. In 2017, they had a really big international game, well, big in Hungarian terms, in a castle. You were there. Yeah, Carpathian Conclave. Yeah. So this is still a very important milestone for the Hungarian community, I would say. So this is still a very much talked about event.
Yes, and also for regional, not only Hungarian but regional vampire community.
Right. So.
And just to add, like I think this kind of international opening was also already present at the very kind of like the beginning, or I remember being like participating in games in like 2004, 4, and there were some players coming from Vienna, coming from Germany. So I think this community already had from the beginning on this kind of more open international way of organizing, which is on one hand, but on the other hand, this kind of like invitation only was narrowing down the accessibility for local players.
Yeah, same thing about campaigns. So campaigns are great for if you have the capacity, if you have the time to actually get involved. But it's the campaign format is less accessible than the one-off format. That's just and this is why we decided when we were starting to organize games to only do one-offs. So a few of the other islands that we have, of course, we briefly mentioned Airsoft, that has been LARPifying in the past decades. They have a really large player base. They have bigger games currently than the buffer scene. But some of them are still more war games. So the motivation here is still more about the tactical combat and less character motivation. So that's the one in generic terms. There are lots of different themes that are emerging. They have post-apocalyptic or modern warfare, or sometimes zombie themes. So yeah, that's some of the.
Still, most of the players have guns.
Yeah. That's the. So when we were researching this, that's when we found a couple of so far unknown islands on Facebook that are we actually have an Airsoft LARP Hungary group. That I had no idea about. So that could be it could maybe a good avenue for connections to build more connections later on. So let's look at chamber LARPs. So far, right now, there are two groups in Hungary organizing chamber LARPs, and the Nordic inspiration came through from the Czech Republic. We had a couple of organizers going to the LARP weekend that was organized by the Moravian crew, Court of Moravia. So that's basically how this kind of seeped into Hungary.
And now they also organize these, well, very similar events like LARP weekends every second year, or maybe now they start organizing every year, hopefully.
Yeah, so and the other group is basically us. So yeah, we are, and the idea here is that we want to do multiple genres, just kind of showcase that it's possible to have LARPs in well, scenes or in genres that are not fantasy or science fiction. Also, I think these are two groups that really take workshops and debriefs seriously. So to have an actual, even though we have shorter games than Buffer or the others, we'd like to have, we're serious about having workshops and debriefs on our games. Let's move. So basically, just a few characteristics of the Hungarian LARP scene. So it's a very scattered, very fragmented scene. Independent PoRtaL groups that kind of coexist. Sometimes don't even know about each other. These
Sometimes hate each other.
Sometimes, yeah, oh yeah, sure. These are centered around organizers. There's no strong organizational framework. And what I mean by that is that there's no institutions, there are maybe 2 NGOs behind this, and no companies whatsoever.
But it's also like comes from that fact that like having an NGO in Hungary doesn't really mean any kind of accessible, funding. I mean, you can try, but it's not really likely that you would get funding.
Well, this is something that has never been tried. So again, no public funding, sure, but I don't think there has been many attempts on actually securing public funding. So this is and there are some exceptions. So there are some groups that have ties to local municipalities that do provide them some kind of funding. So yeah, so that's just basically the general overview. Let's look at a few things on how do we build community around chamber LARPs. What kind of steps do we try to take to keep our audience? So community building is, I think, the way I interpret this is how do we keep keep our players playing? How do we keep the audience? So, of course, number 1 would be to organize quality games frequently. So organize possibilities. Of course, games itself, LARPs itself, give it's it's kind of a feature of this game that it creates community. So that's number 1. But I don't think that's enough. So this is why we started to organize LARP meetups, which are essentially events like this on a regular basis. And about it's a series of events that we do. So far, it's been going on every 2 months, which is an open event about knowledge sharing, and it's targeted for LARP organizers and players. So far, yeah, so we had more organizers usually showing up at these events than players, but that's definitely has been one of the successes. We also had events that we targeted for organizers, like structural events. Some of you participated in yesterday's LARP Jam that we ran here. So that's one of the things that we try to do. So basically, LARP Jam is kind of a game jam, kind of a collaborative workshop in which we build games. So, and again, the idea here is that we want these organizer groups to meet with each other to start to have a conversation about LARP and maybe cooperate on projects later on.
Yeah, we also organize these story game meetups, and which story games are like story-centered light rules light systems for tabletop, and I think it's kind of like a gateway from tabletop to Nordic LARPing, or we try to use it as that.
That's what we try to use to involve the tabletop community to maybe step into LARP, because that's the closest thing that I think there is on the tabletop to a Nordic LARP. Of course, yeah, we try to create a sustainable organization. So that's definitely one of the so that we're actually able to create games and these events to energize the local community. Yeah, so let's zoom in on the LARP meetups. So again, these are co-created events that we do something similar to this convention. So we open it up for so content is basically based on the submission of the people who participate, and this is kind of the mindset that we want to we want to kind of promote to this mindset of co-creation. So we don't want to tell the Hungarian organizer groups how to do their LARPs, how to organize their LARPs, but we want them to meet with each other and exchange knowledge.
Yeah. And what we do is just we put up an open call with a theme. So what the next meeting would be about, and we had on like definitely we had the one for organizers.
So yeah, there was one about player skills, and the next one is going to be it's going to be a workshop for organizers.
Yeah, but that was actually the other like Chamber Nordic LARP group came to us and they offered that we would like to actually give a workshop, like a full kind of 4 hours workshop on organizing and running LARPs.
So yeah, that's mostly lectures, workshops, roundtable talks. That's basically what's usually about. And
hanging out.
Yeah. So how do we grow our audience? What kind of steps do we take to grow our audience?
Well, first of all, it can be kind of a controversial question in Hungary because some LARPers think that, well, we don't really need to grow. We're fine. We have enough people. Why is that? Why would we need to grow? And well, on the other hand, well, we think that for us it's important for the sustainability, also to maybe if we take our hobby seriously, then and maybe like from outside, others like funding bodies would also take us seriously sooner or later, and it would be possible to get some grant for running LARPs.
So yeah, I put up a cooperation with other LARP organizers. The way I started to organize my first LARP in Hungary, so my first chamber LARP in 2017, is that I approached a few organizers that, hey, you're more experienced than me, please help. That was basically the approach. And we still try to involve other groups into to promoting and organizing our games. So that's basically one of the things that we do. Another cooperation came out with another NGO, with an NGO of history teachers called Open History. They organize a pretty big event in the Hungarian National Museum, a game show. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that a little bit later.
Yeah, and it's also very important that we want to design for entry level and new participants. So basically, like especially what we do for this game show, it is more like kind of, that's one of our events where we want to like also reach new audiences, is that it's like very rules light. Well, of course, all our games are very rules light, but also to have the possibility to enter with the character just for a shorter time, just to accomplish one mission, even without, you know, like having very well-defined characters. It's possible to enter a game, and of course workshopping. That's also, but that we already mentioned that.
And the fourth is that we try to reach out for neighboring communities and fan bases. To create games that have appeal for them, and let's get into a few examples on how we actually go about doing this. So the first thing, last year we had the Museum Game Show, which is it's a massive event for all kinds of gamers. It's directed at so basically it had two audiences. One, there was a conference on gamification for museums. That was kind of a closed event, and after that there was an open event for the general audience of the museum, so they could go in, and they had all kinds of gaming groups, from board gamers, video gamers, tabletop. So anyone basically who was creating games in Budapest was invited to host their games inside the halls of the National Museum. And we also got in. We took over the ancient Roman lapidarium of the museum, which is a pretty nice venue, and we created an urban fantasy game inside the museum, inspired by some of the stones and some of the sarcophagi that were on display in the museum. So yeah, we created 3 layers of participation. So we invited Roman reenactors to play ancient Roman characters. We had a couple of costumed LARPers. That was 1 layer of cooperation. Second layer of cooperation was an open. Players could sign up on our event as characters from or modern or the 20th century world. And the third layer was directed at people who just turned up at the conference, and that was the entry level kind of cooperation, that they could come in as spirits or ghosts with 1 mission, and they could decide to either just try and fulfill that mission, or in some cases they ended up staying there for the duration of the game. So there was basically one of us. Well, it was me who was in charge of briefing in all of these dropping guests to the game. So they had actually an influence on what was happening inside. So these missions influenced the game of the players who were playing the longer game. I just put it that way.
Yeah, I just wanted to add about open history that this event is like a museum pedagogy event, that they want to add gamification into museum pedagogy, and that's why they also invite other groups who make games sometimes not even related to museum or museum pedagogy or historical themes, right?
Yeah, and it's gonna so the show is also going to be happening this year. This year we're going to do a different game with a connection to one of the temporary exhibits of the museum. There's an exhibition about fashion in socialism. So we're going to put in a game that takes place in a fashion show during the 70s. And the players are going to play roles that have connections to this fashion house, which was the only fashion house during the 70s, during the communist regime. And they're also going to play members of the communist elite. So that's basically the game. And we try to, of course, create the game around the actual history of the exhibit. So that's going to be fashion dictatorship.
And it will also have different entry levels. Now we designed with 2 entry levels. So like these actually it's like player-generated characters that we just asked certain questions that they answered, the players who applied for the game, and so they came up with their own characters, and we are weaving together these characters, creating the game out of that. And there will be another level just for drop-ins again, with just short kind of like 1-liner missions, some props, maybe like minimal costumes. They can go in, be there just for 10 minutes, or if they like it or they find it that's their thing, they can stay also longer.
So there are the other kind of archipelagos, the other neighboring communities that we try to involve. And I'm going to zoom in on one. There is a big fan base around Agatha Christie in Hungary. They have an Agatha Christie festival in Hungary, and basically parallel to that, we organized one of our biggest games yet in a villa in Budapest, an Agatha Christie murder mystery chamber LARP event for 50 players. And this event to date attracted the largest ratio of new LARPers to our event. And of course, this is because we marketed it as an Agatha Christie murder mystery event. And of course, we had a lot of LARPers, but at least 20%, or actually more than 20% of the people who turned up it was their first game.
And I think it was successful in that sense that we actually reached new audience who, like now we have applicants for our new game who played LARP there first.
And also, this also opened up a couple of other avenues because the event really looked good. It had a trailer. I think this was the first LARP in Hungary that actually came with a trailer, and it was not an airsoft game. Airsoft LARPs actually have players in Hungary, or trailers in Hungary. So this is the, and again, it attracted some attention on the corporate level as well. We actually received requests for team buildings after this, even though we did not have an offer out that we do team building, but now we do. Yeah, another kind of emerging cooperation is taking place with the steampunk bar of Budapest, Kraken Town. We organized a few games there, and this is a bar that actually comes with they created their own story. They wrote a novel about the story, about the universe that the bar is set in. And right now we're talking about how can we cooperate around, how can we tell their story within our games. This is what we thought.
Let's open it up.
What you guys are doing to build and grow your community in your respective countries?
Yes, so you covered, I think, lots of directions, but just to put, an underline, it's very important to catch them when they are young, to yes, to our children, and sometimes it's delayed because we have like this, people doing fun stuff and hobbies in the teenage years until 18. And then suddenly we all get drafted to the army, and then you don't have time, and you're supposed to be an adult, and then you're going out, and you need to. And sometimes people like get out of all of their hobbies and adult, but then I think we see at the forums, at the Facebook groups, every day a message of, I used to doing this very cool stuff when I was a teenager. Is it still a thing? How can I join? You put these seeds of escapism in their brains, and they are coming back. And the second, never be shy about what you do, and role play in public, and it would create attention. I remember me and some other guy walking in midday in full armor into a coffee shop and ordering a coffee, and the waitress, she looks like I say, "Aren't you feel weird doing this public?" I said, I don't feel weird. I don't feel weird. Do you? And she was, well, yes, you have a point.
So yeah, there's actually a story that relates to that. At the museum game show last year, we had one minor issue that the dressing room was pretty far away from the actual game venue. So the Roman reenactors and the LARPers who were actually in full costume, they had a bit of a hike to the top of the building to get dressed. However, it ended up being quite positive because they had. This way, they actually had to cross the entire venue in full, Roman uniform, full gear, and the camera crews that were present, they of course found out that these guys are here. So we actually got some media coverage out of this minor inconvenience, which was pretty helpful.
I would like to offer a counterpoint to catch them when they're young. I think we should catch them when they're in their 30s and finally get money and have had children. Because we think that it's almost the best way of actually growing a Nordic community is to target adults that have always wanted to do something more with their life but hasn't really dared. and do it around, for example, movie screenings and stuff like that. For example, the Downton Abbey movie is a great like inroad for people. People come out there and they're in love with this era, and they're just wanting to spend money to get to feel that. And same thing with the new Blade Runner movie came out. There were so many people that said, "Oh, wouldn't it be great to have something like that?" And then you go, "Look at these photos. Doesn't that look very much like Blade Runner? Yeah, this is reality in our city. Give us your money." So yeah, catch them when they're in their 30s and have already had children.
Hello. You said at the game museum show you had spirit missions. Can you give an example of that and tell us how it affects the game design overall?
Sure. So we came up with a world which was based on the universe of Neil Gaiman's Neverwhere. So there was that's London below. So we created the Budapest below, and that was basically the world for the LARPers and the reenactors. Then we had a second layer for players who played people from our worlds, and basically the game was about the meeting of these two worlds, because one of the worlds had a problem. The spirit realm opened up into Budapest below, and this problem manifested itself with spirits, ghosts arriving on the game venue, and this basically how we got the drop-in players and how this. So what kind of missions were there? They had to find out. They basically had to communicate with with members of of Budapest below. But we instructed the players of Budapest below that they are afraid of the ghosts. They need the modern players to mediate for them. So this is pretty much these are some of the missions. And some of these spirits were historical figures or inspired by historical figures, and well, missions were. So the idea was that they were actually deceased who could not rest and basically solve the mission that was left unfinished in their lives. So that was basically the general idea behind this. I hope that answers it.
I already have one. So, in terms of growing and building a community, there is actually in every country, I think, a community that is much larger than LARPers and mostly has the same interests. Tabletop RPG guys. And I don't know how we can reach them. Maybe there are ways, but yeah.
No, just it's really funny because when we were putting together these slides and we were at that point which other neighboring communities we haven't at one point we realized we forgot about the tabletop because it's so obvious. We think it's obvious, but it's not obvious, of course. But I think what we try to do is the story game meetups. As we said, we kind of regard story game as a gateway to Nordic LARP from tabletop because you leave behind this rule-heavy, systems that involve a lot of math, and you move towards more of a kind of a narrative and language-based storytelling.
We have few traditions of combining, because our two communities of tabletop and LARP are very, not totally the same, but 60% the same. We have a few tradition of combinations. One of them is during some tabletop campaigns, we make a LARP session. The players getting into political hub, they continue to play their own characters, then I write some all the other characters that are present, I invite few other friends, and we just LARP the whole session. It can be with 25 people now. They are in a council and they have to, and so on. And the other one is pretty similar, but it's a format we call PubCon because it's set in a pub usually, and it's basically we having about 15 GMs. Each of them is, for example, we had a Venice PubCon or a Shadowrun. So we have a setting. We're choosing a setting. each GM is making 2 short adventures of 1.5 hours or 1 hour, and there are and basically there is this LARP of people going on making schemes, political stuff. The GMs are the job givers, the Mr. Johnsons or the nobles and so on, and they're getting adventurers, and then the bell tolls, and we're sitting on the tables, they're running the adventure, stuff is changing in the city because of this, and we are going on to the next, and so there are a lot of places for combinations of the two.
Hi. I wanted to point out another possible audience. Maybe this is also linked a little bit to EduLARP, or depends on the approach that each of us is taking. Educators. Because you also touched indirectly with the museum example how, you know, LARP as a methodology can be used in various educational settings, especially non-formal education. I think that nowadays the new educators, I'm not talking about teachers that are 60 years old, obviously, but the newer generation is very much interested in alternative methods of pedagogy, and especially, for example, drama pedagogy students, I think would be a very good audience. Even if you just, you know, include them in recreational LARPs, they're still getting familiar with the methodology that maybe they can use, you know, in their own fields.
Yeah, I'm like there is kind of like this participatory theater in education, drama instructors. That's another island, yeah. And that's my personal mission also, to get that island involved.
Just to jump in on this real quick, the music medication. So the NGO that organizes the game show Open History, they actually came up with programs that are very much like LARPs. So, but they have never played LARP. They played, now they did. They played the LARP with us last month. That was their first game. We created basically a game just to show them our methodology, basically, or methods. But yeah, they created a kind of an alternative celebration for the Hungarian Revolution of '56, which is essentially a LARP, but they didn't know it.
Okay, so now I would focus also on what Elektra said. Yes, educators. There's so many NGOs in each of our countries running the summer camps and youth exchanges, and all of them get loads of money for doing boring stuff. And those, you know, young people come and sit and listen to somebody talking for a week, and later they come back and they're happy because it was for free. But there's a lot of money involved, and those people always write about alternative education or non-formal education, and they would be happy to have something actually interesting and live going on.
So yeah, just to get back on that, it just came to my mind that there was actually a university elective course at one of the universities in Budapest that's basically about role playing and culture, and the educator, the person that runs that course, she maintains a good network of contacts in the Hungarian educational system, and she's pushing these boundaries. The framework that she's working with is the storyline method, the Scottish storyline method, which is also very LARP-like. It's not necessarily not necessarily EduLARPs, but very close to them. So yeah, there's some inroads that we're making on that as well in the community.
But I also wanted to focus on your question from a perspective of Krakow in Poland, as we have like a little bit different problem, because we have a large community that wants to LARP, even to chamber LARP in the city, and we do not have enough LARPs provided for them. So every once you publish a LARP, the places go out in the first day. So all the people who were, for example, outdoors, didn't check the Facebook and they're just not in the game. So there is a big demand, And what we introduced to meet that was we started a project this year, which is we are testing a LARP, ready-made LARP from the data, from the LARP base, once per month, a chamber LARP, and we evaluate it. How much fun is it, and what are the possible educational goals behind it. So we do not have to spend the time of designing the LARPs, but we want to test those, and maybe we find 6 out of 12 just replayable LARPs. So they are ready, we know it, and we can run it like every second month, because this is easy for us. We've just printed the stuff, and we can go on, and the people will like it, because the people will always come. There's a lot of people who want to come, because if just a new one person came to a LARP, later he's talking to his friends. And even if the LARP was boring, then when you tell the story in 5 minutes, it sounds so cool that the five more people come. And maybe we've reached the critical amount that's now spreading like an avalanche. And people want, where are those LARPs? Yeah, where can I play? I want to join, and I want to have these cool photos and stories, and we want to meet the demand.
I'll just share a couple of things we as Terrible Creations did. Of course, we did a whole bunch of conventions, sci-fi, fantasy, whatever. Beyond that, we did something we called a LARP day, which was a 1 day or half a day event, during which we will play 3 or 4 chamber LARPs consecutively for free. And for a while, this was a traveling show. Basically, the only major city we didn't do this was Zagreb. We did this in. Yeah, I'm coming to that. This worked out so-so. I mean, we've had some games. The interest was not what we expected, but it worked. We had many people who were first-timers. And also, we used to do the last Friday every month, a free game here. But as chamber LARPs or LARPs in general are not really well known in Croatia, it took a long time before it, took off and people started coming in. I'm going to conclude with this remark because we need to give the floor to our next presenter. But before that, thank you, Randor. Thank you, Balint. And Christos, now you take over. Christos is going to do a really academic sounding lecture.
Does somebody want to take 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure. 5 minutes and then we reconvene? Okay.
I know I like them between lectures.
Okay.
I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this, but I need to get my lecture on the PC.
I saw it now because I was outside when
I was sure you were outside. I was just hoping you were just sleeping. But it was a long shot.
students literally started playing into the joke and the community was that bad.
Oh, so cute.
Yeah, all teachers don't make it. What will you do? Fire them?
Most of my children love French.
They have had like decades of handling
For a flexible number of players.
You can't play to those decades.
Yeah.
That's the bonus. That's why you can fuck around when you're all age. All age teacher.
The next worst thing is a war zone, a real war zone. So right before that is right before an actual real war zone, you know.
I wish.
The next one is
kids.
kids.
Especially teenagers.
Yeah.
Star Trek LARP.
But you were one.
I hated
No. At least you're on
Yes. I think my limit is 10 years old.
Okay, give me a
I
second.
can deal from 3 to 10 year olds.
So my dog is basically at the limit. Once
Your
he
dog
hits
doesn't
11
count.
11 years, he's like, no, you're not.
No, dogs don't count. They shouldn't clap if kids are not.
Depends if they go there. Luckily, I'm the next advance in human genetics, so I won't get sick. I'm the only, I'm only genetically selected.
Let's make a LARP with you.
But that's gonna be really hard because you need to present that have a huge ego.
Well, I don't have to prepare.
That is so true.
And I'm not the only one, you know, when it comes to LARP.
Then you're always almost half early.
So do you play or you just hear
I tried LARPing, but it's not something for me. I don't know. One of my friends who is studying actually psychology told me that I have too big of an ego to pretend to be someone else.
You can't pretend to be cool. That's what she does.
Yeah, that's what you do, but I never was in a LARP and I need to pretend to be myself.
Ah, yes, it's already part of this.
It might not be.
Yeah, so already
What
concept.
we do in the end.
I don't know how you can assimilate Harry Potter.
You will have a seminar.
I don't know this time.
Personal 101.
If someone does it, it's a
How
good translation.
to push your ego in a LARP.
like in one, like all of your ego. Isolate. Okay, if I would hire it's fun exercise.
Okay, that's a good way of thinking.
You literally cannot take all of your character and put it in another character. And you realize, okay, if I was this guy, if I was born in, I don't know, 1500, what would I do? Stab him in the butt.
Stab in the butt and be a racist.
Oh. So many of you.
It's hard to handle.
But there's a theory called PoRtaL.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
I can't. The only eatable thing on that table, I think.
Why? What's wrong with that?
Salted licorice is low, salted licorice is light.
I really don't see. Everybody's like telling it's terrible. You're gonna puke, and I'm just eating like.
Are we talking about something?
Retro campaign.
We're talking about black stuff there.
Oh, so you're
I really don't know what
you're
actually
doctor now.
How the power.
Yeah. Quick question: what is taxonomy, and does it have to do anything with tax?
No, it doesn't have anything.
Taxonomy is basically skinning you alive and then making something out.
No, that's taxidermy.
No, it doesn't make you scary.
I'll explain all this, don't worry.
Okay. Let's move on. So we have Christos from Greece here. It's hard not to notice him. But he needs only one mic, as the rest of us.
Ordinarily, I need no mic.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So he will introduce us to PoRtaL taxonomy of players. Please give it up for Christos.
Thank you. So I had a preemptive question, actually, just as we were having this break. What is taxonomy? Taxonomy is basically taking a large set of subjects, like maybe animals, and breaking them down into categories so you can study them more effectively. PoRtaL taxonomy of players is basically taking all the players that are playing LARP for fun, and this is important, I will get back to it later, and describing them in discrete categories so you can study them as a whole group and the interactions they have with other groups. So, this guy is Richard Alan PoRtaL. He was a computer scientist. Well, he is a computer scientist actually in the University of Essex, born in 1960. He has been around. And in 1978, with another guy, they made a MUD, a multi-user dungeon. This was the first time, like in human history, that people sat across each other in different computers and they played a game together, like a proper virtual world. They were using text, of course. Think of like all the text adventures and the like that have been around that time available, but for multiple people across the internet. So this guy, well, after he developed the MUD, he got his players together in forums and stuff, and he started talking to them. Oh, why do you like my game? Why do you play? Why do you play for fun in a world that is not our world, that has been constructed? It has rules, specifications. You are not playing yourself, you are playing a character, and you are interacting with that world and other characters in that world. And during those discussions, he had many results that he compiled together in what he called the suits of players. I will explain later. At the end of that, he published that paper, and then he wrote a book about it. This is his address. I will link the presentation online so you can check out his stuff. He has done other stuff that is actually really important about sociology in games and how people interact with their environment and other players. So, why do we care about a guy building a program in 1978 and making people play online? So, first of all, when you are coding a virtual world, you are actually having what we have in LARP, but much more controlled. You do not have variables like weather. You do not have variables like random people wandering in. It's a much more controlled environment. So any assumptions you make about that environment are more reliable. And every observation that you make about your environment and your players and this whole system is more accurate. Also, basically, this is the first instance in humanity that people got together and had a virtual world that had inbuilt mechanics. They were not agreed upon beforehand. They did not rely on a social contract, basically, to keep those mechanics in place. They were just assumed to be there because, well, you couldn't do anything in a game. You had text and you could write certain commands. Some commands would be accepted, some others wouldn't. He did a very good documentation of what his players said to him in all those forums and what exactly the numbers were in different MUDs that were available at the time and what this all means. It's very, very detailed, and I thank him for it. You should too. So after that, he developed a theory on why those interactions happen. Like, he made some observations like, okay, so why do different kinds of people, different kind of players, interact this way with others? And there is a whole system behind it. We'll see it in a bit. And finally, he published his findings, which is why are we having this talk today. So, This is what he called the original paper. Hearts, clubs, diamonds, and spades. He did this because, well, hearts are supposed to be the socialites, as he called them, the socializers, sorry, as he called them, the people who, like social contact within the context of the game, and, hearts because socializers. He called diamonds the guys who like to get loot, increase their stats, power game and stuff because they want all the loot, they want all the treasure. He called spades the explorers because, well, explorers want to dig stuff up, literally and figuratively, depending on what your game is. And he called killers clubs because they hit each other with them. So, first some disclaimers. This has been published in 1993 or 4. It has been written some years prior. So, some parts of it are out there. If you go read it right now, it will seem a bit weird. A lot of stuff has happened since then. Computer games are not the same. Sociology is not the same. Humanity is not the same. If you ever hear me calling them archetypes or suites, they are the same thing. This is for clarity. So, also, suites are not about characters. They are not about player stereotypes, and they are not about the combination of any kind of character that is somebody is playing in a fantasy setting or a sci-fi setting. Those all don't matter. The player is the only thing that matters. How the player approaches the game in an individual way to obtain enjoyment out of it. Yes. Also, this only applies to games after a certain size, like in very small games. For example, the games that we have played here, maybe it applies, but it's already on the fringes. After you go after a certain threshold, after 20, 30 players, and after you let players make their own characters, it becomes really apparent. So there is a gradient. Sometimes it doesn't apply, sometimes it does. But generally, if your game is bigger, and if your game has characters made by the players, it applies more. Also, players might have characteristics from different suits, but they are identified as only being one suit at a time. So they may be very close to the boundary with another suit, but for simplicity, we consider them to be only one suit. However, they do change over time. Like somebody who has started out as an achiever might drift out and become an explorer over time because his interests changed, his personality changed, maybe the game has changed to a certain degree and it is pushing him that way, and he still tries to find enjoyment out of the game, which makes him change tactics. So, to understand the battle taxonomy, first we need to understand the space. Space has two axes: focus and engagement. Focus is basically when you are approaching the game, what you are interested in. Are you interested in the other people playing the game, the agents, or are you interested in the world and the underlying mechanics and everything that comes with it? Engagement, acting with and acting upon. So when you're acting with somebody, it is an exchange. Something is given, something is taken. It is a symbiotic relationship. You change them, but they change you as well. If you try to act upon them, you are changing them in a way that implies that you have mastery over the world or mastery over the agents. So, the world is anything built into the fictional universe, everything from mechanics, abstractions, physical objects, anything that the GMs have brought in, everything that is part of the scenery, everything that is part of the mechanics. Everything that does not have free will. It is unlike the subject, the player. So I have free will, something else that is unmoving. Maybe even it has a voice, like the speakers that Elena showed us yesterday. They might have many characteristics. They might even pass information along and might be even, in a sense, active players, but they do not have free will. They are unlike me, who I'm the subject. Agents are people like you and me. I understand with my innate theory of mind as a person that you are like me and you have a brain and we see the same reality basically. We make some processes and then we produce output. Anything that is like me and I can basically see across a mirror is another agent. So, acting with. Basically, activities that promote synergy. When we are talking about synergy, as I said, it's kind of a symbiosis. You have attributes and actions from both sides contributing to a sum greater than its parts. When you have acting upon, it is an implied mastery, a one-way action. I am blocking whatever there is that I am acting upon from interacting with me, while I shape it, change it, make it according to my will, to my new view of it, to my specifications. Which brings us here. Can you read this? This I don't know because I expected, So, this is the diagram. You have focus here, across, agents, the world, and engagement on the vertical axis, acting upon, acting with. On the four corners are the basically extremes, like people who only derive enjoyment by acting upon the world here, and people who only gain enjoyment by acting with the agents here. And you can be like anywhere on the spectrum, like close to the center. We are not really able to identify what kind of player you are. When you are in the boundaries, you are maybe tiptoeing between two shoots at any given moment and switching between them because of the game or because of the company. You are keeping small things that might influence you both ways. When you are firmly in the center, we say that okay, you might have like different actions within the game, but you are primarily an achiever, or primarily an explorer, primarily a socializer, or a killer. So, achievers, players who set arbitrary goals and take steps to accomplish them. This is your basic player in a sense that all the RPGs and all the MMOs used to design this way. There are people who want numbers. There are people who want loot. There are people who want to a step-by-step increase of their characters and doing stuff, getting recognized for that stuff, and pushing onwards and upwards. They like to act upon the world because they see it as a playground, not exactly a playground, a scene, a stage. They are there to show how awesome they are, in a sense, and accomplish things for everybody to see. Explorers, players who want to learn and discover as much as possible. They like information, they like knowledge, they like to find out what you haven't, even if you're the game master. Like, yes, they want to go even beyond your bounds. They do not recognize a limit to, okay, yes, you have such and such knowledge, you should stop, just do something else. They really want to get more and more and more, and this is what drives them. This is what makes them like to play. This will bring them to the game week after week, or month after month, or year after year. Socializers, players who are interested in connecting with people. They are basically the machine that fuels this whole construction, because they talk to people all the time, and they like talking to people, and they like people talking back, and they like organizing, and they like sending people to tell other people stuff and convey information, and expanding a bubble of fuzziness and love until it encompasses the whole game. Killers. Players that derive their main form of satisfaction from imposing themselves among others. This is a doozy. Achievers like to impose on the world, which is fine. I mean, it's a world where we made it. You might find it your little darling and might not like what a change that a player makes. This one is a bit of a problem. I mean, there are other people on the receiving end of this. So, a bit more analytical. Achievers are objective-oriented. They want to set up goals and accomplish them. This might be with a strategy or very spontaneous. So an achiever might go through a campaign or a forest or some kind of player that you have designed, and might be looking for stuff to do. And if something piques his interest, he's going to follow that quest. He's going to go after that fabled item. He's going to go with an army against in a battle to achieve some goal, to gain victory because somebody convinced him of his aspirations and ambitions. Basically, when they act upon the world, they like to get mechanical benefits or symbols of status. Basically, it's not about getting more powerful. It's about recognizing, yes, I have made my mark on the world, I have changed things, and I want this to be recognized, both inside me and on the world as a whole. They will go to great lengths to, say, do something that might be even impossible or something that is outside of what you have thought about because it sounds cool or it gives them some fringe benefit that marks them as different from everybody else. So, for example, you might have a quest that is intended for, like, say, a fantasy game. That is an object that is going to be used at the third day of the event for another quest. But you have put some kind of mechanic on this object, and now whoever holds it has some small effect. Like it doesn't even need to be much. Like, say that when he walks into the tavern, the barkeep greets him. Like simple stuff. The achiever will go after it, even if he's not interested in the later quest. It might be a very important key for that quest, but he doesn't care. He cares that whoever holds this egg, say, gets greeted by the barkeep. This marks me as special. I have changed the world. The barkeep now greets me every time I step into the tavern. They're very proud of their accomplishments, formal and informal. Formal might be something like, okay, I have led my army to victory. This is recognized in the game, and my faction has won a war, or my faction has obtained their objective. We have all gone home, and we are happy with ourselves. Or it might be something informal, like, say, I want to charge like a formation of people in a buffer LARP and survive until I kill 2 people. Simple stuff. I have. It's not about the people. It's about doing something that marks me as different from everybody else. Other people in the game, they're competition or allies. So I want to say make a goal. So okay, slay the dragon, for example. And people are either going to help me or they're going to try to get there first. And this depends on the goal. If it's a cooperative goal, they will tend to look for allies. If it is a goal that is more single-oriented, they will try to get to it first to prevent others from doing so. Explorers. They like things that are new, things that they have discovered, and it doesn't have to be lore. It can be mechanics. An explorer can be the guy who reads the rule book again and again and again and again and tries to find some interesting combination of spells that produce an effect that nobody else has thought of. It doesn't matter if it's powerful. It doesn't matter if it's useful. It matters that he found it first. And he will treasure that knowledge, and he will tell everybody about it, that, hey, I'm the guy who found this thing, and it is awesome, and how awesome we all are because we found different stuff. And he will turn your world upside down. If you have most explorers will stretch your capability as a DM to put strict boundaries on the world to the limit. And they will try to claw at those walls until you either tear them down or basically make them run to a circle so that they keep themselves happy while not breaking some glass box you have around the world that needs not to be breached because you have some other mechanical considerations or some kind of other objective in mind. They act with the world in the sense that they let the world lead them places. They have no clear objective yet. They just go from location to location, trying to find something interesting. Give them a hook, they're instantly hooked. They do not have to be convinced to go on a quest. Just imply that at the other side of this quest, there is something interesting, something new. They will go on that quest, and they will find ways to justify to themselves, to their character. They will try to find ways to justify to others, and they will have fun. They're proud of their in-depth knowledge, especially obscure stuff like topics and mechanics, and they do not like when it is taken away. They do not like when things are getting simplified. They do not like when their newfound discoveries are getting nullified because, some change in the game made this obsolete. It is okay, however, if you take something away and open up a new unknown frontier, a new avenue of exploration that they can, again, delve themselves in and find out new stuff. So basically, in a sense, explorers, for example, say you are doing a buffer game and you wipe away all the rules, or you're doing a vampire game and you wipe away all the rules, and you introduce new rules, most of the time, they won't mind because you just took away something that they already knew. Maybe they have already explored to their limit, and given them something new and sparkly. They will tear down on these new rules, on this lore, on whatever you are changing, to find again what is there to be discovered. Other players are either companions on the journeys, in the sense that they would like to go through the experience of finding stuff together, not exactly the quest or the mechanical obstacles that need to be overcome. Those are not very important to explorers. They're companions in the exploration itself, in the experience of finding new stuff. Or annoyances. Anybody who's stopping an explorer from going further, digging the next rock because he interrupts him, he pesters him, whatever, makes the explorer very annoyed at this. Because the explorer wants to keep doing stuff. He doesn't want to deal with things outside of his enjoyment zone, basically. Socializers. Well, they're social. They sometimes are leaders, and they are coordinating people. They are getting large groups of people together to work on a single goal. Or they are, the heart of the party. They might be by the campfire. They get others to tell stories. They tell stories themselves. They engage people in a way that brings out their social nature and makes your game more immersive in a sense. Without many socializers in a game, you will find that people just tend to move from one point to another. Yes, they have some role-playing experience, of course, among each other, because this is not a computer game. This is we're talking about LARP. But you will not find those interactions that are purely social without any tangible effect in the world or another player. They're proud of the social standing, influence, contacts and friendship. Basically, they want to get to know people, and the more they are able to do that, they remain happy. They are actually, I consider them the easiest of the 4 groups to deal with, because they self-manage in a way. They keep their own bubble that generates their own fun, their own engagement, and you don't really have to plan so much around them, except that you have to give them space to do their thing. The rest of the players are the actual content of the game for them. They are here for the people. Everything else is like the things to talk about with those other players. So, okay, your lore might be very interesting and that dragon might seem very menacing, but he doesn't care. He wants to know what happened when the brave adventurer that went and slew the dragon, what he felt, how will he tell his wife that he slew an innocent or, terrible creature, depending on the situation. He wants to know if the creature was innocent or terrible. This is what gives them enjoyment. And then you have killers. Killers want, as I said, to not influence, but exert their will on other players. In buffer LARPs, it's usually straightforward. Just grab a sword and come at you. All the time. Because they like it. Because they like seeing you on the floor, basically. It's not about tactics. It's not about battles. It's not about whose banner stands on the top of the hill. That's the achievers. They care about the banner. They're the guys who want to see bodies on the floor. And they feel good about it. Problem is, most of the time, this makes other players feel bad. And when I say most times, well, sometimes they will, be decent people and expect the player who is dying, for example, by their blade to play after death. They will share in that experience. But most of the time, they don't care. Like at the point that they have bested you, at the point that they have demonstrated their superiority, you are no longer relevant. You are part of the scenery. They won't care when somebody comes to take revenge with you. And they won't care, for example, if there is some punishment for them. It's not important. And it's not important to the player. It doesn't matter what the character has in mind. Maybe the player bends to the will of the character, or it's the other way around. But the player gets the enjoyment from seeing you of the dirt. A variant of this is on more political heavy games, are the guys who don't just want to win to, rule the city. They want to see you fall. They will scheme and scheme and scheme so that when you do your epic reveal, especially if you are like a very influential player in terms of the game, they want to see that smile off your face. They want to see you betrayed at the last possible moment. They want to see your victories turned into defeats. They act upon agents by controlling their circumstances and demonstrating, as I said, superiority or asserting the kind of control that drives them. Sometimes it's about control as in, I want to control your actions. Sometimes the control is just, yes, I have beaten you, now you have to go to the infirmary, Very, very simplistic and very childish behavior, but we see it. Again and again, we observe it in those contexts. Some might say that it's just the immature players. I think not. I think this is much deeper. So, other players for them, well, first, they're proud of your reputation, good or bad. So, when you go to a killer and like, dude, you're like the guy who kills everybody and people don't like you. They revel in that. They feel awesome. They feel like they have changed the fucking world and they are on top of it. Tell them that people don't like them and you will make them the happiest people in the world. All the other players to them are victims or allies. So basically people they can beat up or exploit, or people they can't, so they want to work with them to exploit other people who can exploit or victimize. You can also see a pattern. I'm guessing you will see a pattern from the way I'm speaking that I'm not very fond of this. Like in general, literature on the subject considers all four types as valid. In LARP, I don't think this is the case. Maybe in a computer game where you have the screen and the internet and another computer between you and the other guy. But when you are deriving pleasure from bringing somebody down face to face, yes, this is not just a style of play. This is a kind of psychopathy to a degree. So, This is the influence chart. I'm guessing that you cannot see it, so I will explain briefly. First of all, the explorers and the socializers, those circles here. Basically, this means, so to read this, every arrow that has a green body means that it exerts an influence based on the positive change of population. So when the explorer population increases, this makes the killers decrease, for example. Socializers have both feedback loops, which means when you get more socializers in your game, because, well, they are extrovert people probably, they will find more people and bring them into your game. And this will balloon out of control. In addition, if socializers start leaving your game, it makes them feel alone. So they also leave the game because their friends left the game, and it's also a feedback loop that diminishes their population. Achievers and killers have an antagonistic relationship because they both want to be masters of the universe. They both want to exert their will, either in their world or in their players. They will antagonize each other at every corner, but when achievers, for example, increase in population, this will increase the population of killers. This is usually because some achievers slide over, because when you have a lot of achievers that get attacked by killers, some of them just start switching to killers to kill the killers, which makes them the same thing, because, as I said, it's not about what your character wants, it's about what the player wants. If the player has so much of it that he now has started getting enjoyment from killing other players, he's sliding from an achiever to a killer. An increase of population of killers, though, will decrease the population of achievers. And the decrease of population of achievers will decrease the population of killers. This is a semi-stable relationship because if a change happens and it starts to trend a certain way, they will equalize and reduce or increase their population in a stable rate. This is, of course, assuming that this is a complete system that contains all killers, achievers, explorers, and socializers in the amounts and quantity that we usually observe them. Killers and socializers, this is a volatile relationship. Any decrease in killers will increase socializers by a lot, like you see how big the arrow is here. So even if you take away very few killers from your game, your socializer population will jump significantly. The reverse is also true. So even if you introduce a few more killers in your game, socializer population will drop. Because they not only get annoyed, they understand this, what I talked about before, that is this slide psychopathy, this getting enjoyment from hurting other people's games. Socializers are very good on seeing that because usually they are good empaths. They can understand the motivations of people, and when they see that, they're like, okay, this game is going downhill now, and they leave. This weak relationship don't really matter with the explorers. Like, explorers do their own thing usually, and they have their own feedback loop and do not interact much, despite having very big arrows. This is because the graph was not that good. And the achievers with the socializers have always, no matter what you do, if you increase the achievers, socializers will be reduced. If you decrease the achievers, socializers will also be reduced. Because when you have socializers alone without achievers, like, okay, so we will talk about all our stuff, we will talk about all our problems, we will talk about all the problems of your family, your family, our clan, the world, we will philosophize, and then what? We have nothing more to talk about. We'll just stand across the campfire and look at each other. They want achievers to change stuff up. They want to change the world. They want to cause changes. Okay, now we can talk about the change because that guy stormed that castle and now it belongs to another faction.
So this has a lot of possibilities and changes, and people are backstabbing themselves in each other, and there are switches of allegiance, and shops are closing, shops are opening, people are changing professions, people are joining armies, people are leaving armies. A lot of stuff is happening. How much time do I have left? Shoot. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it ruining the stream? Yeah. It is ruining the stream. I'm really, really sorry. Oop. So, from computer games to LARP. Basically, as I said, the battle taxonomy of players has been written about MUDs. And this is basically an attempt to map it onto what we see in LARP and the differences. In MUD, and some of the research that I have found, well, all of the research I have found, official research that I have found on LARP and battle taxonomy, they made a huge mistake in my opinion. They judged what the players were finding enjoyment in by what actions they took. This is completely wrong because, say, I am an achiever and I go exploring. And I search, and I search, and I search, and I search for knowledge. So I search for knowledge. And you will categorize me as an explorer, but the searching doesn't matter. I want a powerful artifact because it will make me more powerful and will let me change the world. Anything that I do to obtain that, even if it maps out to a specific action that we traditionally associate with another type, it's still serving my goal of getting more powerful. So, on all this research, they suggested that killers were like 1%. Yes, because killers don't make actions that are different from the others. An achiever will kill, an achiever will go against other players. The motivation is different. And if you don't talk to the player, and if the player is not honest about it, you will never find out. I think that killers are actually much more prevalent in all our games, and this is because LARP is unique. They get to see people getting hurt and getting butthurt over their downfall. You can't do that with video games, so it is naturally more attractive to them. They feed on it, like they like it. The immediacy of contact, this is what I'm saying. The immediacy of contact basically makes everything that was on the right side of the graph about agents be much, much more important. So socializers are more important, killers are more important, because people get a more immediate effect. And another difference that we see is that, well, basically in computer games, you don't have social norms acting on you. In LARPs, you do. Even if you are inside a magic circle and you have decided upon several different rules, well, society is still there waiting for you. You cannot change that. So, these are the ethical responsibilities I have figured out based on what I just said. As a designer, you should imbue your work with the values you want to see in humanity, in society. You want to discourage actions and ways of thinking that go against humanity's aspiration, which I think is what exactly the killers are. You want to create a safe space. This is also incompatible with killers. LARP should not be a zero-sum game, also incompatible with killers. For a killer to feel good, somebody else needs to feel bad. This immediately makes your game a zero-sum game. The organizers should not treat any type of player as fodder to enhance another experience. This means that, sure, you might want more people because some faction has come to you and complained, oh, there are not enough people, blah, 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 blah. And you decide to make an outreach to get more people in. If you're doing this to appease that faction because they like killing people and they cannot kill everybody else because they have come to good, you're feeding them fodder. Yep, they're going to come back for one event, they're going to have a terrible experience, and they're going to leave. Oh, this is a famous quote. I mean, both are awesome quotes from Star Trek. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So, to get more people happy, it means having to break some eggs. It means that the people who cannot get happy with the majority must go, unless they can change, unless they can, transition from one player archetype, player shoot, into another. And this is what we should all do on our games. We should all try to get killers unstuck from their place in their minds, basically, that has made them appreciate this way of playing, and move them into some other category, which I think they will find also fulfilling. I mean, I do not think it is the natural state of humans to only find enjoyment in hurting others. Like, there must be better ways for us to have fun. So, thank you. Any questions?
Before we turn to questions, I have been informed that Mr. PoRtaL was informed of your talk today, and possibly maybe even watched it.
That was the first thing I was going to say. I don't think he watched it, but he says if he has done anything that could also help LARP design, he's very happy.
So one round of applause for Christos. And one for Josephine. Okay, questions? Oh, okay.
So very interesting, because I think this might be a cultural difference, because from my perspective, I'm like, I've never seen the killer type at LARPs. For me, that is like, that doesn't happen. As you said, sometimes they show up, but since no one wants to play with them, they come once and then they leave. And so it's like a self-sorting system. I've never really seen that as a problem. I've seen some people that by accident like hurt other players, but that's not the goal. Like those who actually have it at a goal, I think it's easier to hurt someone else hiding behind a screen than when you actually face the consequences. And I've hardly ever met them in LARPs. The only time I think I've seen them is when we do like school LARPs where we force people to LARP, where it's mandatory. But like it's a big step to like get a costume, show up, and go to a LARP. It's a big investment, and that I don't see them do that. And this might be cultural, so I think it's really interesting. So I just would love to like, is this a problem you feel you have a lot?
So, firstly, if you force people to play, as Dr. PoRtaL has said himself, his taxonomy doesn't apply. This is about people trying to derive fun. If you force people to play, they're not trying to derive fun, they're just going along and trying to put the minimal effort to get out of it. It might be a cultural difference. The literature I have seen all suggests what you say, that killers are a very small minority. However, I would submit that the people who actually take pleasure from hurting other people are they have the skills of the sociopath to hide. How are you going to distinguish an achiever who is going to war to kill for his kingdom and raise the banner and change stuff, obtain the loot, do stuff, from a killer who actually does this for the killing and all the rest are a side benefit? If you question him and he's not honest, you are not going to be able to differentiate. That's what I said about all the literature that suggests that they are a small minority. All of their methodologies relied on, for example, one that specifically comes to mind, and I will link it with the presentation on the PoRtaL group, had a separate set of spectators that oversaw behind a two-way mirror into a LARP room and evaluated each player according to their actions. These are people in another room, and they're not mind readers. How can you evaluate somebody's motivations for taking a certain action? Because if you have a LARP that is centered around conflict, all of the actions that would be assigned to a killer would probably also be assigned to an achiever. That's what I think there is a problem in methodology there. But yes, we have had that problem, and I think the Bulgaria had that problem, and I think Croatia may have that problem. Serbia may have that problem. Maybe it's a Balkan thing. Maybe it's greater. I'm not so sure. No, it's important because I had spoken with a Danish guy in the PoRtaL 3, and he's like, when we finished with the presentation, he's like, whoa, you guys see conflict like totally different as a concept. So it may be cultural, or it may be that we have not developed the methodology to understand what exactly separates a killer from an achiever, and we just rely on the superficial.
I wanted to touch up on the subject. So a killer is a lot more difficult to root out for the many reasons Chris just said, but also we in our minds have this image of a killer as a bad guy who will inevitably expose himself, which he will not do. Anybody who derives pleasure from ruining other people's game will go to an extreme length to actually appearing exactly opposite. So another thing is that when we explore, let's say, evil NPCs or evil player characters, because we can't all be good, because if we don't have dynamic opposition, we'll never have actually fun. So when we have to step into this mind of a killer and ruin another person's plan, or outright maybe humiliate him in a crowd of people or anything like that, you will start to realize how much work you actually have to do to, for example, stay hidden. And then when you see how much effort that takes, and somebody who does that constantly, he gets really good at that. And anyways, my question was also for you. So what suit would you identify with?
I would say achiever. For a long time, I think I kidded myself that I was an explorer because I thought it was more noble. But come on, I like the stats, I like the loot, I like to win.
All right, thanks.
Hi, we will go in a row. Okay, so I have two very short comments and one question. So first comment would be what you also said, that methodologically it's very difficult to evaluate human motivation. Is one of the major problems in psychology. So we need to work on that a lot to see what we can, derive from this. Second comment is that, all this taxonomy, whether it applies or not, doesn't matter, also has to do with the people behind the character. So, like, if you are appearing as any of the four in a game, video game, LARP game, whatever, it tells something about who you are in real life too. So it's much more complicated than what do I do in the game. It's what I do as a person. So my question is that when you were describing the four categories, it seemed to me that you were describing the extremes of the four categories to, illustrate. But so my question is, would all the dysfunctionalities that you described be so bad for the game if the players belong to these categories, but more, in a more mediocre or maybe to the middle?
I will answer a question with a question.
Okay.
How much Schadenfreude is acceptable?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
It does. That's why. I don't think you can put a clear line to it, because are you okay with 1% of people having a bad day for 1% of people to have just a little bit better day that day, and would reducing the extremes change that it's still zero sum? It doesn't matter that one is plus 100 and the other is minus 100, or if it's minus 1 and plus 1.
I see your point. Yep. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that the killers are not only hiding as achievers, they are also hiding as explorers. And then you get the worst party breakers ever, and you have to spot them the first time they come to your event, otherwise it will be ruined.
There's a story behind this, and I would like to hear it later.
Maybe the bottle of Mastercard.
Yes, I think there would be some differences in the moral worldview about how to see people and so on. But for now, I just wanted to suggest or comment. Basically, if you translate, outside of the taxonomy about the person type, I would say that you're talking about bullying, about like in classroom bullying, and from my impression, bullying is usually like for people that really want to feel that they can have influence, like kids that really want to have influence on other people, because maybe at home they're shut up out of influence, and well, the easiest way to achieve strong influence on other people and prove to yourself that you are important is hitting someone, because you see his reaction like that. So, and of course, in video games, maybe the only way to like achieve this kind of influence is hitting someone, because this is the kind of interactions we have in video games. And maybe if you're talking about, if you don't want to shut these people up, you say there is a big percentage of them in the Balkans. Maybe there is a way to show and to show them how to exert positive influence on other people. Because I like to exert influence on people. I like it when students coming for me 8 years after and saying, "Oh wow, it's you! I remember very well this lesson 8 years ago," and so on. And I still. So yes, if it's about exerting influence, maybe it can be repaired.
I will answer again with a question. When that student comes to you and says, "Oh, I really like that lecture you gave 8 years ago," does that change you? Then it's not a killer characteristic, it's a socializer characteristic.
Okay, I have a question. So, once upon a time, in Croatia, we also had this problem of a lot of killers who ruin other people's experience. On the other hand, at that time, the height of our LARP design was just go in the woods, preferably dressed better than last year, go kill bandits and orcs and perhaps your rivals. So we could say that the LARP design at the time facilitated that type of players. Nowadays, we mostly have LARPs that don't do that. And we see far fewer of the killer issues, as you would mention that, because at many of the LARPs played right now in Croatia, going out there outright ruining someone's fun is very much meaningless, both in game, but both in the LARP itself, with the plot and with the rest of the stuff that is done, played or felt in the LARP. So. Not completely, but there are even some old killers who joined that LARP, those LARPs, and didn't actually ruin anyone's fun. Fewer of them than they played the old style of LARPs, but that stuff happens. So, what do you think about LARP design facilitating or not facilitating that type of play?
So, I had a few more slides that I didn't have to cover. Basically, what you said was what I would say next, that killers change, well, which shoot you belong to changes by circumstance, not only by your internal self, but who you are playing with, what the game is about, how much care the game organizers have taken to steer you towards or away from a shoot. So I'm asking these killers that came back after those years, would you still categorize them as killers based on the definitions? So they have changed suit, they have reformed. They are not a problem anymore. Congrats, we won. If your game permitted them, yes, this is an ongoing battle. I mean, hey, it's kind of like, extremism.
So this is a type of player definitions, and as you said, it's developed for digital games to begin with. What do you think? What does this bring that you won't find in, for example, the GNS model that is also a player style model that is created for role-playing game and LARP specifically? Like, what is it you see in here that you like?
this describes players in a sandbox that have clear goals that are opposed each other, and it describes how buffer LARPs are and vampire LARPs specifically, because we have seen another presentation that MMO design crops up. MMO is just the progress of mods. So it makes sense to go to the original material and say, okay, what did they do wrong? What did they do right? How can I apply this to my game? But more importantly, why I made this talk, and I do believe it is a very good tool, but of course you can use other tools to structure your game if you want to, or categorize players for research purposes. I did this to illustrate a point about killers and actually to raise some awareness, because a lot of people had that idea in their minds, like Nicola, like Ivan. We all thought about this, but we haven't put it into words. Okay, our problem is with this specific category of players that we will label killers, and we will try to reform them. It is a problem that I want to resurface, and well, Bartol's taxonomy of players allowed me to do that in a much simpler way.
No more questions? Okay. Thank you again, Chris. Here you go. Okay, take 5, and then we come back to discuss business side of LARPs. Oh, well, we're continuing on this wild ride. But before we start, I would like to invite our stream master, Tomislav, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Wow, what applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I'm very glad to be here, and I was very glad to be asked to help streaming this event. I won't take much of your time. I know that you're all tired and waiting for a resolution of this. Let's call it like that. I just wanted to capture 1 minute of your attention to tell you a word about myself and what I would do. So my name is Tomislav. I'm running the Gixus portal, which is essentially kind of a gaming community in the making. And my goal is to try to visit and capture and stream as many of events like this as possible. Not only conferences, but gaming events, tournaments, PvP battles, and so on and so forth. I'm covering the Tekken battle groups, Soul Calibur, any kind of fighting event. And the idea is to kind of create a central place where all of these events can be found, because hearing a lot of you today, I noticed an underlying similarity with all of you. That one of the problems is to find an audience, to find people to reach out to, and that's kind of a goal of this portal, to kind of bring all of these kind of events together and give them a better visibility. Having said that, I myself am also struggling with the same problem, because it's a new portal and it's a new thing, and obviously I need help. So at this point, I would like to ask you to, if you like the content, if you like the stream, please hit the like button, share it, subscribe it, and shout out to all of your friends on social media. Hey, this is kind of a cool thing. Why not? Sorry? Thank you very much. Very appreciated. Obviously, also, I'm putting up a Patreon page. It's going to be linked in the site. So if you have a deeper wallet, why not consider also sharing the love that way? Yeah, well, that's it from me. Thank you for your attention. And what is it? You can find it, just Google Gixus. Gixus. Geexus. It's a kind of a combination of geek and nexus. I don't know if you picked up on. Yeah. Okay. Well. Sure. Sure. Yes. Yes, I will. The stream links are. The stream links are already there, and you can find the link on the YouTube video as well. So, but if you didn't find it, I will gladly share it with you once again. Thank you.
When I first, the first time I heard about the name of his new project, the first thing that I heard was Geek Sex. No, that cannot be. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it so? So I'm sitting right here. I don't have a presentation because this is not going to be a lecture. I would like to invite you to talk about your experience in trying to make a business out of LARP. Oof, is it that so? Okay, so I need someone else to pass the mic now, because I'm right here, you know? So, Tell us your name and.
I'm Zvonimir, and I'm really sorry this hasn't got to do much with the subject, but I finally have a room full of people from all over Europe, and I had this question that really bothers me. In the Balkans, we have a lot of jokes about a rabbit, bear, and fox, and forest animals. Do any of you have those jokes in your countries? Yes. Where are you from? Hungary, nice. So it went all the way to Hungary. Do you know up there? No, you? So no. Okay. So that's it. Thank you. I learned so much.
Yeah, go ahead. Someone has to break the ice. Don't leave me hanging here.
I've got you covered.
Thank you.
I just want to ask you then, what kind of aspects are you primarily interested in? Is it as in a for-profit run organization with like winnings, or is it in order to provide some salary for people? Because when we say a business, what does it mean? Is it run in a business-like sense? That's one thing. Another is, do you want to make a living out of running a LARP? Then you have to think about stuff in a completely different fashion. So what are we interested in?
Well, naturally, being a part of the Terrible Creations, I would like to, find out more about how to pay salaries and hire more people. But I'm pretty sure that people here are interested in all the before mentioned aspects and maybe some beyond that. So just pick one and start.
Well, I guess that how many here, for example, are actually paying any salaries to anyone from their LARP organization? Wait, first, I want to ask, how many here are in charge or part of running a LARP organization? Raise your hands. So quite a big majority of the people in the room are part of running an organization. How many of you have or are currently paying salaries to anyone in the organization? So a couple of us. I saw some are part of the same organization and so on.
Let me just get another question. How many of you would like to pay salaries?
But that is quite interesting also, because it's clearly possible to pay salaries, but it has to, one, come from somewhere, and two, you have to determine who gets money. Because let's be frank here, LARP is not a business where everyone will be able to be paid any time within the next century. Like, LARP has one of the worst work-to-profit ratios of any business. Like, the amount of time it takes to produce a LARP, if you're supposed to pay people for that time, we need to raise the ticket prices with tens or like 20 times the ticket price of today. Just the amount of stupid writing we do to our own LARPs and all the extra work we do for something that is rarely rerunnable. Like, we are making, it's a horrible business practice that we are doing, and yet we're all dedicated to doing it. Congratulations, us.
Yeah, yeah, for us. Okay, but what about rerunnable LARPs?
Rerunnable LARPs is the best friend that you can possibly have. A big showy LARP that produces nice photos and that you can run several times is the one road to profit. That's like the golden rule. Make a LARP that has nice photos, that can be run several times, and that attracts people that are international. Those three things are needed in order to start making big profits in any kind of LARP situation.
Okay, any other input? Go.
On another level, that what Simon was saying, so we are quite new, but I can already tell you two of the major problems that we have so far encountered. One is bureaucracy. Okay. I don't know if it applies to other countries, but we have been trying to found the non-profit company since last summer, and we did it last month because of bureaucracy. And the bureaucracy doesn't end here. That's the sad part. So this is one major problem, because it seems that for months we have been spending hours and hours doing anything but create things. And this has already burned us out, and this will continue happening.
Oh yes, it will.
Yes, so this is one major problem. The other problem, which maybe it applies more to Greece than in other countries, is location hunting. Because in Greece, we may have all these wonderful locations, but getting the permit to use them is a nightmare. Because of the cultural heritage of the country, there is a very strict archaeology department that owns most of the locations in Greece. The other ones are owned, let's say, by the municipalities or the nomarchies, how do you call it?
State government?
Anyway, the counties, yes, thank you. And getting permit for a location can be a nightmare, even if you have actually founded, some kind of company that has a legal status, etc. Like the archaeology department would never give you archaeological space to play in, so we have all these wonderful locations and we can do nothing about it.
Who first? Should I go first?
Yes, one of the answers to that, to the whole bureaucracy and then complicated permits and so on, that we have at least started solving, but it takes years to do. But it's called infiltration. You basically start getting educations. It starts with applying to university for the correct courses. Then you apply for jobs within the right places, and this has actually happened in Sweden over the last 10 years. People have more and more gotten jobs in the relevant areas of government. We now have LARPers we have it in the parliament, like we have LARPers in parliament. We have LARPers in government institutions. We have LARPers at historical departments. We have LARPers at university. And it's a long-term project. Start getting your educations now. Talk to people who are about to go to university, because now we're suddenly seeing people connected all over our country that can suddenly pull strings where it actually matters. And it's not, might sound like a joke, but actually applying for these positions is really important. Go both ways, both through your organization, but also the official routes, and get into government.
So, while doing market research to see how viable a company would be to run LARPs in Greece, I realized something. Basically, our competitors are not only other LARP companies. Where, for example, in Greece specifically, the #1 competitor that I can think of are, for example, escape rooms. People are going to pay actually the same price that we would charge to go to an escape room. And even if there are available LARPs, they will still go to an escape room because it requires, counterintuitively, less thinking and less effort. Because stepping inside a character for us might be, natural, and we are happy to do it. But most people are like, no, the social contract and social capital, as Daniel said before, is too strong. It will keep them from doing silly stuff, and they prefer, to play with a lock or play with a mirror and some light to get some numbers to show up on a surface in a closed room where nobody can ever see them, and it's like, don't ask, don't tell. Okay, if there are 5 people in this room, nobody knows what we are doing, and we are happy to act silly for a bit, as long as everybody knows we are doing this, ironically. But in LARP, to actually derive enjoyment, you need to not do it ironically. You need to step into the character. You need to experience this. And this is a barrier that I don't know that we can cross. Like most of the pie will still remain outside of our reach because people are not willing to make that leap. And this is a cultural thing that, well, we cannot fight. We can only, make LARPs that will be dumbed down, will be more accessible, and maybe in time we can rent some of the pie away from escape rooms and towards, in my opinion, more valuable entertainment as is LARP.
I believe I believe Russians are doing the pretty much what you just described. They call this Questi, and it's a really, really, as you said, dumbed down version of what we do. It doesn't even include costumes, and it actually works. But again, it might be a cultural thing. Go, Ivan.
So I just wanted to share something, since we're talking about LARP businesses here. I do have a sort of a business which is not exactly running LARPs. I have a LARP blog, the most popular one in Croatia. It's the only one, so I don't have much competition. But it's been running for the past 10 years. It's covered its cost, and I've made some money. Who of you wants to guess how much money I have made? Around the ballpark.
70 kuna. 50 kuna. 2,000. What? 2,000.
Actually, Matoshi is right, 70 kunas. About $10 or euros. That's how much I'm in plus after writing hundreds of articles over 10 years.
Can I get you to write something for me? Now I know the price.
Well, actually, we had about €100 running costs throughout all these years, but then I got that much back again in affiliate marketing and some donations, actually from the USA. Most of my income, the largest part of my income, is a donation from the Nero LARP in USA. Like that was like $50. Without that, I would be in the minus. Just
Go
because,
Nero LARP.
Just because they found some articles that I wrote useful. So, yeah.
Hey, I wanted to respond to some points. First of all, yes, escape rooms, they're not only competition, but they're a step for us, a step forward, because people are used to the idea that they can play in the spare time, that they can go and live in a fictional environment. And actually the one like LARP, actual LARP that you wrote, we market it as a social escape room because it has this, it actually has this kind of plot. 12 people in a room, not all of them can go out, so we say, okay, the riddles would be your friends. You'll have to understand them in order to get, for you to get out. So this would be the challenges. So you can build on that. About the infiltration, I totally agree. We don't have this kind of, we have a lot, but what you have some of it with LARPers as such, but we have a pretty close-knit community, wide community, with people of tabletop role-playing and science fiction and fantasy in various postings, and that's how we get most of our opportunities, in fact, and contracts, because, as I'm about to say in the next point, we work a lot with, for example, now we got a call from the National Library. We want to do some evenings of dedicated to genre. Can you make a LARP for us? Right. And we have from our archaeological ministry and so on. So you have to create these wide circles of interest and say, okay, you don't have to go to a LARP. Maybe it's weird for you because you're just a 60-year-old lady who likes fantasy. You won't go to, but what you're doing is cool. It's bringing this so have a lot of allies, and yes, and go for not only for the LARPers, not only for people that you would bring into the community, because it's some pyramid of how much people would give out of themselves. But we have a lot. We have to believe that we have a lot of skill and unique ideas to offer to matters as education, to matter as tourism, to matter as entertainment for children and for adults, that it wouldn't be exactly LARP, but we would have the right experience for that.
Nandor, I tend to believe that escape rooms are actually working for us, in a way, in the way you just described. It will unfortunately take a lot of time because before people got really sick of escape room and start asking for something more.
This
There you
is
go.
where I actually want to jump in because escape room companies are already evolving. So in Budapest, escape rooms became a quite massive phenomenon. Every single well, we have a lot of them. That's just basically the point I'm making. Really all over the place, and they offer more and more different kind of experiences, not just getting out of the room kind of experiences, but LARP-like experiences, quest-based experiences where you actually have to fulfill a quest during that hour when you're there. And that's just one avenue that they approved. So not just technological improvement, but also narrative improvements happening with the escape rooms. They became the #1 team building activity, second only to going out for drinks. Yeah. So that's nothing beats that. Yeah, that's good. But that's really one of the main things that company teams go out to do. And some companies already in Budapest start to offer experiences that are very similar to LARP's murder mystery dinners, stuff like this. So this is kind of the next layer that these companies are dabbling into. And this might be an opening for local communities as well to make connections or start something similar. Start a business doing team building LARPs, or just connect with these companies and help them do it better.
Okay, behind you.
While I do agree with the point that the biggest problem is that in other activities such as escape rooms or airsoft or tourist guiding, person can blend in the crowd and avoid the spotlight or play in private. Another big problem is that all these things have something fancy like gadgets and things to show, and the biggest time sink and cost of LARPs is usually writing. And writing isn't taken very seriously, and it's very underpaid all across the board in the entertainment industry. Because, I don't know, even art, everyone draws, but some people can't draw flowers as well. But writing isn't usually, good writing isn't as recognized as much as good drawing. So that's a big problem.
Okay. Yeah. Bishek and then Odysseus.
Okay, so you are talking about escape rooms, which are fast, fun, available for, and I would not dare to compete with escape rooms doing the LARPs. That's why my strategy is to tend to education, and then really do the EduLARP, and then what are we competing with? Public schools. Who wants to go back to school? Scouting camps, maybe a bit better, but we can add some narratives to it. So I guess this can be easier, a better market, and there is money on this market. Although, if you want to run it for yourself and get more of it, you have to sacrifice a part of you for what Elektra mentioned, which is bureaucracy. But you can really do this, and yeah, it works.
But you're mostly referring then to public funding, like your EU projects, ministry grants, or that would be your basic source of revenue, right?
Well, every time there is education, there is kind of public funding, but I do not mean that we have to write a project. Maybe a museum institution writes a project and they want actually to have something fun alive, and then they call for us because we are doing this edu stuff, edu playing, LARPing and talking, and I wouldn't actually I would appreciate doing more writing of the LARP scenarios than the applications so that I can write the LARP scenarios, but both are necessary at times.
Guess what? When you're turning to the private sector, it's not the applications, it's business standards.
It's totally different approach, but
yeah, but you're stuck with writing something you don't want to write.
So my point is to look for the future, look to the institutions that have already written the applications. Now they've got money, they've got people, but the people are only writing applications and they want something to go on, and that's the moment they call us. That's the plan.
We actually mentioned escape rooms before quite a lot. I actually was working in one in 2017, 3 years ago, right before I came to PoRtaL and after that. Actually, what I've noticed was that people were starting to get bored of playing with locks and keys and everything else. I don't know how it was in other countries, but in Greece, that exact period was the moment when people started to realize they could put actors inside escape rooms. They were actually hungry for the interaction. You couldn't actually get them to play a room without an actor. They would pick up the phone and go like, oh, hi, do you have this room with the actor? No, it's booked. Do you have any other rooms? We have this and this. Do they have actors? No. Click, toot, toot, toot. It would be like that like every day for months. And it actually showed that people were actually having more fun interacting, and it was more natural to them, especially the newcomers and the people who were new to it. Only the traditionalists were like, no actors inside. I mean, I could get the no horror actors, which was the most popular at that point, but people were still like wanted actors for anything. They even asked, do you have 2 actors inside the room? And they talk with each other? Like, brain-blowing. And it actually created this opportunity. The problem, of course, is that actors, you need to pay them a lot more. But what I would like to keep as to why they were more popular, even though they involved interaction, and they involved usually some kind of role-playing. It's not heavy. It's not deep. Ooh, you're agents of the crown. You're explorers. You're this and this. They would actually role-play. Well, not heavily. I mean, I might have heard of people who went to play in escape room with armor. Not me. No. But the idea is that what they need is a consumer-level experience, like a pre-packaged, like going to a shop and say, I don't want a restaurant, I'll take McDonald's. It will take me 5 minutes, not any thought, just give me what's on top. So this is...
They know what they're experiencing,
yeah.
what to expect, right?
Yeah, no, it's like they want something that has as little commitment as... This is the bane of modern existence, commitment. I'll just say a meme out here. How many of you are trying to get a stable D&D campaign here? What? Try to get a stable D&D campaign and you couldn't make the commitment or somebody else couldn't. No. So the point is that if you can give it to them like little ones, so it's like these LARPs, but no costumes, no entry requirements, nothing to be like a gatekeeping, which I don't know if it's always a good idea. That's a huge conversation. But if you want to get successful, you package it like McDonald's. And that's never a good idea.
Then, as a counterpoint, we of course thought about this when we started our organization. We said, do we want to run escape rooms? Do we want to create escape rooms that were more like LARP? Because we thought that was an inroad to business. We also thought about doing schools. And then we sort of sat down and we tried to get places for it. But we also realized, wouldn't this really kill our souls a little bit? Is this really what we want to do? Like, yes, we might be able to make money of it, but will we actually feel like we're working with our dreams of making LARPs for money then? Probably not. Maybe it will be like a side job, then we could get another job. I want to like strike or at least support the idea that we can make LARPs as art and still make money from them. Because we are often overlooking, we are looking at mass market stuff, we are looking at things that within a few years, Disney and the big entertainment companies will be doing better than any of us can. They're already overtaking us in the mass market immersive entertainment industry. We cannot win there. They are making theme parks that are cheap, accessible, McDonald's-like, and where people will role-play a little bit. That fight is a losing fight, but we can still get in on that. We can start working with it. We're experts. We can make money. But is that what we want to do? I say that we should target art. Artists, people who want to experience art, people who have been longing to commit to something, people who have wanted more meaning in their life, not quicker entertainment. We've started working with exhibitions, with art halls, with people who have been writing fanzines about obscure art movements. These are the kind of people who are just longing to go to a LARP that we have noticed. That's where most of our new dedicated players come from. You can get a new player from the mass market, and they will come to one LARP. They might have a good time, but they will not commit. They will not become a LARPer that is willing to go to many LARPs. You need someone who has been wanting to find something in their life that they really want to do if they're going to pay the big money for several different LARPs. Contact art studios, contact people in that part of the world, because that's where I think that the stable growth that will not kill our souls can be found.
That's a compelling argument. Electra? Or
so you already mentioned one thing that I want to say, artists. Like for the last two Athens Biennales, the previous one and the one that's taking part this November, LARP is the main methodology. Like it's becoming a thing in the international art scene, and we should take that a bit more seriously. Maybe we're not so art-oriented ourselves because we have a different background and we got into a hobby from a different route. But we can be. This is one thing I wanted to say, and the other one was to expand a little on what Zbigniew said, because I think that in the educational field of LARPs, it's not only funding from, I don't know, European Union or governments or, I don't know, institutions. It's also the educators that want continuing education, because the continuing education demand on educators is the highest in the market. They are the profession that has to continuously go to new seminars, learn new techniques, otherwise they cannot make it unless, I don't know, they make it to the public sector, which is very rare, as we all know. They are people that would be willing to pay, okay, not a lot of money because maybe they don't have it, but some money to learn a new methodology that they can, you know, later use. So LARP workshops is something that I think could attract many people that would be really happy to pay some money to learn something new that they can also find useful, also put in a CV, go to the, I don't know, school headmaster and pose as, you know, I'm innovating, I'm groundbreaking, I'm bringing this new tool in our toolbox.
Okay.
I'd like to add something I forgot before. Just a funny side note. I actually encountered some guys who had an escape room, who actually had no riddles, just 5 people and a game master playing with them, with character sheets, and they said they were doing live interactive role-playing games, LARP. And I told them, LARP? No, it's something different. Yeah. So aside from this marketing joke, about art, this is actually where culture is, the cultural thing is a problem. Because in Greece, I don't know the other countries around here, but in Greece there is no middle class of art people. You either have like people who are like young students, all wild, all crazy, no money, or you get the really high-end, wealthy, affluent, wannabe Roman patrons who are usually either totally bonkers, or even worse, they have this neo-rich mentality of I'm the customer, I'm paying, and you know you can either bullshit them all the way and get money from them, like many people have been doing for decades. But for me, that would sell my soul even more. I don't know. It's because it's pandering to a different kind of customer, and this is what makes us feel the worst. It's not selling something; it's debasing yourself in one way or another to actually sell it. And I killed the mood.
I don't believe that these approaches we've touched upon so far are necessarily mutually exclusive. No. Yeah. But I believe that, and that's what we are trying to do, is to combine this McDonald's approach, let's call it that, and this sort of art approach. So let's sell quick McDonald's to get the cash flow and pay salaries, and then do maybe some other stuff as well for people who want more and are ready to get into more commitment. Balint.
I think that you can you can select for certain project, you can sell your soul and do something very commercial or work for companies and do what they want. And on the other hand, I believe also in the art approach and believing in your own vision and do the LARP that you want to do. And
I'm not really a fan of this, you know, selling my soul theme.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's a bit.
Because what
far-fetched.
Mika showed us during his presentation. Okay, it's a corporate job, but it's also work of art. You know.
Yeah.
The level of commitment, the professionalism, the creativity put into that is amazing. You know.
Yeah.
So
I
okay,
agree.
we can say it's a dirty money, corporation money, whatever you want to call it, but still, I feel a need to appreciate the effort.
Yeah, if you add some kind of value to this kind of corporate environment, I think then you're doing something right or justifiable.
Yes, on that point, I personally, it's very hard for me to write something without it being loaded with hundreds of meanings and subversive, and it's natural. I'm writing, it's happening. And the thing we were thinking about, we haven't yet tried it fully, but for some project just to offer various level of engagement of complexity. For example, we have an idea of like meals in certain periods. For example, okay, you're playing a group of travelers in an Ottoman Khan, and in travelers in, and the simplest level, you just get the clothes, and you just have food from the area served in the proper stuff, and with waiters that are playing, and that's all. You're not supposed to play, maybe you have some titles. Next level, you have some kind of very simple murder mystery written by the rules. Next level, same characters, same basic mystery, a proper intertextual complicated LARP around it. And you really can have these levels like one, only this and this choice to pick up from. I think it can maybe cater both to the heart and to the wallet.
I just wanted to clarify a little bit. When I say like selling your soul, that is more of a feeling. I don't say in any way that anyone doing corporate LARP is doing that as an objective thing. It's more that some of us feel like we're doing that if we do corporate LARP. Other people are definitely like that is what they want to do. They want to run a business and they want to like create products with their souls in it and make the works of art. So we just have to acknowledge like what are we, and let's not try to be something that we don't feel comfortable with being. So it's not a judgmental thing, more of an inner experience thing.
Yeah, I think I have something that relates to this as how the modern economy is progressing. I'm right now reading the book by Joe Pine on the experience economy and how the general theme of business is going towards the commoditization of experiences. So that's pretty much that any company that is the experience is a big buzzword that's going around, and so when we're talking about LARP is really one of the most immersive experiences that you can have. So, I mean, we can see this commoditization for us as a positive that people will have. I mean, it's maybe easier to sell this idea that of this immersive experience if this is where generally the one of the main drives of business that are going. I mean, so this is I'm not just talking about user experience, UX, and interaction design and all that. I'm talking about actual so experience as being one of the main driving forces of business. So this is yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah. I also believe that we have this working for us. We just need to take advantage, find the best way to take advantage of this.
Ahead of the curve.
Yeah, the early adopters. Okay, I don't want to go too much into Electra's slot, and we are already in it. So we can continue this afterwards after we. Much. Say what?
He says he would like to hear the lectures presentation.
Yeah, sure. I mean, most of us will still be here, so we can, sit down over drinks or whatever, and yes. Yeah, your name is not Hypnos. So.
After they went to our LARP, they went to one of those semester with a bunch of Disney.
We cannot make international LARP because we're too far from clients, from other people.
Oh, yeah.
Our closest LARP communication group.
And they are political issues as well, people not wanting to support for example, it will be very hard getting Swedish people to work in Israel. Because people see that no matter what organization,
They need a break.
just by traveling to those places,
I need an adrenaline shot.
which is complicated in its own.
And I thought you liked me all these years, and then I see you put me last in the program. Where everyone has already collapsed. I thought we were friends.
Oh well, you can always attend a favor.
Oh, okay. I'll take that as an invitation.
I have no idea. They do. I think you're confusing the injection.
Where was that? If you see that I start falling asleep while talking, please cut the video. Don't read it.
Showing how fast the conference was. It would be like the best witness for that falling asleep. Yeah, actually now I'm sorry because the Slavic history is very interesting for me, but you should have called me and say, we're talking about politics and history. You have to.
We're about 2 hours.
That's something I don't like to do nowadays.
Oh no, who doesn't like to take time?
By the way, Mattia, when we went to sleep, he warned us that he snores loud, and I was like, totally underestimating him. Because I say, you know what, I sleep in the same room with Odi, Odi snores, I'm okay. And then I start hearing some outworldly noises. It was like, I don't know, women and children being slaughtered in the forest. I'm like, okay, he wasn't kidding.
Maybe we should have recorded sound effects. Also best because she sounds like a mix of a hippo and a rhino choking / crazy. Because like I said,
I can take big best by no.
Like when she inhales, she sounds like a choking hippo. Like
think this will help.
Sales is like a rhino's made.
It has sugar, right?
Not, yeah.
The original.
Yes.
The original.
Yeah, because the other one's
There
sugar
was,
free, so, okay. Tomo, možeš mi dići ovaj...
Ne prevoziti je samo tak da... Samo...
Ček, samo da...
You can grab my CD. Οδυσσέα ήρθε καιρός να γίνεις υποψήφιος. Like, the time has come to be a candidate.
You are Blachodímatos. Maybe you can make his father a candidate.
Yes. Dallas Senior for president.
Who are we voting for?
His father.
We are voting for our superheroes, so I'm here voting.
Oh, no.
Only superheroes get it, so...
His
Regular
father is
people
a
are super.
superhero.
My father is an epic level commoner, so yeah.
What? Epic level what?
Epic level commoner.
Commoner.
He's the kind of old guy with a massive kids, everything.
Okay, why are we voting for him?
Because he's awesome.
Because we're talking to make me candidate for president like my father. Okay, we'll listen to you. It's okay. We'll listen.
Hey, what are you doing? That's my wife.
Now you should say, he does have
At time like this, I hate that I quit coffee.
Okay, let's start and then they'll catch up. So, last but not least, Elektra from Greece will talk about LARP as a tool for personal development and psychotherapy. Boy, don't we all need it. Here you go.
Hi. It was not meant to be such a fun presentation, but I'll try to make it fun, not for you, but for me not to fall asleep. I will try. Okay, so LARP as a tool for personal development and psychotherapy. Let's start with a very easy question. How many of you could tell me what is the difference between personal development and psychotherapy?
Psychotherapy, you get professional help, I guess.
Hmm?
Personal development, you work with yourself.
Kind of. Kind of.
Development, is it like life coaching and those kind of things?
It could be. It could be. Something else? Covered? Okay. Let's see some definitions. Okay, so psychotherapy, as you said, is the use of psychological methods to help a person either change behavior or overcome problems in desired way, and it's a process that is being made by a professional of mental health. Could be a psychologist, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, etc. So it's basically a treatment of what we could refer to as issues or disorders through specific methods that could be very traditional, like, you know, sitting on chairs opposite to each other, or even, you know, the classic Freudian couch, all these settings that you may have seen in a movie. Or it can be also very innovative, using, you know, art methods and various other, you know, alternative, let's say, techniques. Whereas personal development is a far more wide process that can also happen in psychotherapy, but it can also happen literally anywhere. So what is it? It's the conscious pursuit of personal growth by expanding self-awareness and knowledge and improving personal skills. So that basically can cover activities of any kind. Like, you can develop yourself personally by watching a movie, by reading a book, by having an interesting talk with your friends. Actually, I would argue that anything we do in life can be a source of personal development. So I want to talk a little bit about, first, about personal development through LARP, even if the LARP itself was not designed for this purpose. So, I want to ask you, like you are, most of you, very experienced LARPers, and you've taken part in all sorts of LARPs. Have you felt that you experienced personal growth through LARP, even if the purpose of the LARP was not that at all? Does anyone want to share some experience that was significant to him or her? And that would require a second microphone, which I don't know. Ah, okay. And if you could pass it around, that would be helpful, because I don't know where Miroslav is.
No problem. So first of all, let's start with the basic one. Whenever we went for a few days of LARPing, my camping skills improved because of that, even though that was not the goal of the LARP by any means necessary. So definitely that one.
Someone else?
Well, for me it was, as a person who doesn't handle very well new situations that I encounter without preparation. For me, when I started participating in LARP, I set it to myself as a sort of a personal challenge. Like, I'm going to do this, I have no idea what awaits me, and I'm going to be surrounded by people I never met before. So, since I was able to do that, it greatly improved my confidence to also approach other situations in life in the same way.
That's great to hear. Someone else?
It may not look that way, but I'm pretty antisocial. I can stay home for days on end. Before, I couldn't talk to people. First thing that helped me was Dungeons & Dragons. After that, obligatory army service actually helped me to talk to people that aren't in my niche. And then when I discovered LARPs and forests, I could go for days. Now I'm completely safe at being in a room with 20, 50 unknown people and interacting with all of them. It just works, so it really helps.
Unrelated to LARP, but I'm glad to hear that the army helped someone in some way.
So, once for a LARP, I had to play an NPC role as a hermit that's giving quests to people when they come to his hut in the forest. So I had to actually construct the hut in the forest, and it was standing there for a week, and this week happened a couple of times, and I actually found myself so, gaining from this. I sit in the nature forest around, and I'm listening to the sounds, and I'm waiting until the nature speaks to me. Of course, it doesn't speak to me, but nothing else speaks to me, and it's just silence around, and it's cooling me down. And unfortunately, whenever that LARP is over, I cannot sit in the hut in the forest anymore, because I'm also an accountant in an NGO, and it takes time. But even I cannot use the hermit's hut anymore, it's still, I remember that once I had it, and once, that the accountancy is getting like explosions, you can go mentally to the hut, and that's my growth and my benefit. So the hut, it kind of stays there all the time.
So cute.
Well, for years I've had a bit of a stage fright. Like talking to about this many people was like, God, I'm going to mumble something. LARP helped a great deal.
Okay. I will go on just for time management sake. So I tried to magically anticipate what some of you may say, and I did this list. So I think that personal development through LARP can happen in many ways, and some of them are getting to know ourselves better. I can give you an example for that since Daniel is here, just to pay my tributes once again. So Daniel was my first GM ever. Thank you. And so he gave me this character that had to manipulate everyone and lie to everyone and trick everyone. And once I read the character, I said, there's no fucking way I can do that. This is not me. But guess what? It was me. Yeah. So I got to know a little bit more about myself. Maybe I didn't like what I got to know about myself, but it was something new. So also, we can become more creative and innovative, and also better at problem solving, because a lot in LARP has to do with problem solving, even if we're not talking about the totally gamistic LARPs, you know, with the objectives and so on. Also, as many of you have touched in previous presentation and discussions, it gives us a sense of community, even for 2 hours. And it can improve our social and communication skills and also our team working skills. Empathy. Empathy is a tool that I think that good LARP cannot exist without. Like, you get a character sheet and that character is not you. In order to be able to play that character, you need to feel a bit of empathy for that character and get into this character's shoes. Exploration of different ways of behaving and expressing, for example, manipulation for me. And also exploration of different values, beliefs, and ideologies. It can also help us understand and handle better the physical world and objects. And I'm not only talking camping skills, for example, here, but bear in mind that there are people who actually have, let's say, not motor disabilities, but their capabilities of interacting with the physical world in many ways are not the same as most of us in this room have and consider, you know, take it for granted. Artistic skills, I think it's a big chapter in LARPs in many ways and many forms of art. So we're talking about a holistic development that can appear in the physical, mental, emotional, creative, and social dimensions. Would you agree? Okay, so I don't need to argue about that, I can move on. I found this quote that I really liked. LARP is a medium of personal, direct experience. The things that happen in a LARP happen specifically to you, and that makes it inevitably a transformative experience, which can also apply to life, but we're talking about LARP here. Now, how does that happen? Okay, this is the image that we all had in our presentation. I can say to you we didn't copy it from each other, it's just an image that we found all in the net and it was good. So you all are familiar with this. I won't explain again what is bleed and what is the alibi, but I will try to explain the alibi and the magic circle from a psychological point of view, hopefully without boring you too much. So, primary identity and character. So here we are, our ordinary selves. Maybe, I don't know, maybe even the people in this room have from time to time experienced, let's say, some difficulties when dealing, you know, with issues, events in our lives, etc. Many, if not all, of the issues that we encounter is because we cannot psychologically process all the stimuli and all the experiences that occur in our lives. For many reasons that I will not, you know, go into too much detail right now. If, for example, I consciously experienced everything that goes on in my life, I would probably go mad, to put it very scientifically. We would all be in mental hospitals because the human psyche cannot take that. The goal of psychotherapy, which also links to personal growth, is that step by step, not in, you know, 2 big leaps, because they can be traumatic, you expand your field of perception by being able to incorporate more things into your self-image. And the alibi can do that. Because maybe I cannot stand being manipulative as Electra, but I can stand being manipulative as my character. And maybe, if I think about it, and if I have a good debriefing, thank you, Daniel, I can incorporate this new information about my character into myself without this traumatizing me. Do I make sense, or do you? Okay, so it was understandable. I'm glad. Okay, maybe. And of course, like if anyone is interested in hearing more about this, there are many psychological theories that I will not quote now, but you can ask me later and I will elaborate. So the bleed phenomenon is again how this all happens. And the bleed phenomenon, whereas in recreational LARP we usually treat it as a bad thing that we need to find ways to manage and avoid, in psychotherapeutic LARP, or LARP for personal development, is actually something that we're aiming at. It's a tool. But only under the condition that it is contextualized through debriefing. Because if you let that bleed just be, and don't address it, don't talk about it, don't discuss it at all, it can be very traumatizing, very toxic, and it will not help at all. So again, debriefing, debriefing, debriefing. No, I will make a small parenthesis because I asked you before LARP regardless of the purpose why it was made. So there are many purposes of a LARP being created. Like it can be for recreation, which is maybe the most common one. It can be art. It can be education, political. It can be a method of research. We haven't talked about it, I think, during the PoRtaL, but it's also something really innovative. And it also can be psychotherapy and personal development. Now, I think that all of us can understand that there is a big overlapping of purposes. Okay, no matter what your initial goal was in your mind when you started designing a LARP, I think that inevitably you will touch on other fields as well. Now, they are not always clearly distinguishable. Entertainment purposes do not exclude everything else. You can have many elements in a recreational LARP. And the thing is, I argue that because of that, personal development is a common ground between all purposes and all kinds of LARP. And for this reason, while we are designing LARPs, regardless the purpose, we should be aware of this overlapping so that we know what to do about it when what the player gains out of the LARP is actually totally different to what we had in mind in the first place. Because it can happen, and it's something that also Zbigniew touched a little bit upon in his presentation. Now, to move a little bit to the more formal parts, like the real psychotherapy. Has anyone participated in a LARP that was designed especially for this purpose? Nina, do you want to share?
Well, during the whole Biennale thing in 2018, yeah, there was this black box LARP aimed at 15 people. I think it was in a late prototyping stage, was almost finished. Yeah, something like that. The idea is that it would have to touch upon refugees and that kind of crisis, but it was a black box LARP, meaning we just had one big, literally black room, and there was just a line of tape that was the borders between two countries, and each time there were like 7 people in each country. And we would have like these totally symbolic items that would be used to actually make us feel like some kind of daily ritual.
To create the routine of our everyday life.
Yeah, we were actually left alone. We had like something like a half LARP, half workshop. We'd have to find out through the workshops how to actually deal with them because they were totally symbolic. And the fun part of it, we weren't allowed to talk. We were not actually using any kind of verbal communication, not even grunts, not even sounds, anything. We were only allowed to use very specific hand gestures, which had a very specific meaning, and they were actually created from each culture slash group slash country, and they were not common with the other one. And the bonus was that we all had to have the same basic things like yes, no, happy, angry, sad, aggressive, defensive. And each country had one extra that they developed on the spot without the other country knowing. So good luck with language. And finally, to wrap this up, we would actually play an entire daily routine from the morning we woke up until the evening, which was simulated by closing the lights and actually going to sleep on a bunch of pillows all together, communally. And at the end of the first night, somebody was missing from one group and into another. And he couldn't actually, he couldn't actually get what the other people were talking about. He couldn't get what the people were doing. It was totally different to him. And the newcomer had to adjust to this, and the people there had to adjust to him, and then more. Each night would appear. But the guy who was in first would be totally different to the guys who were now, like a second generation. So in a very, like 4 hours, no talking, nothing that would actually relate to what we're used to, LARPs and gaming, or even discussing whatsoever. It was a totally, I don't know, I almost cried.
There was a lot of crying. It's not always like this in LARPs for psychotherapy, though. Don't be afraid. Okay. So let me tell you a little bit about how does it work so that you maybe gain an image in your head, although you haven't participated in one. So from the first impression, it doesn't look any different from any other LARP. Like setting rules, scenario, characters, NPCs, playtime, downtime, de-rolling, debriefing. The usual stuff, but not exactly the same. So, what are the differences or the particularities? When it comes to the setting needs to serve the purposes of the alibi. So we don't choose the setting based on what will have cooler costumes or if we are bored of fantasy and would want to go into steampunk. It's what kind of a world would provide the best alibi for the situation that the sentimental and experiential situation that I'm trying to provoke in the participants. Same goes to the scenario or the plot, however you want to see it. So it should be either a direct mirroring of the situation that I want to address and the theme I would like to immerse, or it should be facilitating and enabling it in some way to, come to the surface. Now, the rules, of course, they should be as simple as possible, I would say, because again, we're not talking about power gaming here, we're talking about people who want to address some specific issues, but there should be even more special focus on consent and emotional safety. If, we were talking about this when it comes to, recreational LARPs, I cannot, stress how important it is when we're going into this field. And the props should be just focus on immersion. We want immersion, we want the deepest immersion that we can get, and if we need props for that, that's cool, but we're not focusing on the cool photos anymore. Then, when it comes to the characters, first of all. So, the characters could either be created by the players with, a workshop or some special guidance for the players to create them, or many times they are assigned to them, but not randomly. We don't do that in psychotherapeutic LARP. No. We should have some method, some method of assigning the appropriate character to the appropriate person. This usually can be a questionnaire that we hand out to the participants before the game. And the sooner the better. I'm not talking like 2 hours before the game, I'm talking 2 weeks before the game. There are many tools that one can use for this. Again, I can give you more details if you would like. Zbigniew has also mentioned some of them. Now, NPCs, very important here. The NPCs are essentially not only NPCs, they are facilitators in a psychotherapeutic process. It would be excellent if they had some background in this. This is not 100% necessary if they are briefed very well, but the GM needs to have training in psychotherapy. Don't try this at home in any other way. It will traumatize you more than the players. I'm not kidding. And also, apart from the GM being trained in psychotherapy, there should be an additional emotional safety regulator or arbiter, in-game or off-game, doesn't matter, because you don't want the GM having to go off-game all the time because someone needs him. You need to have a person whose only job is to focus on that, so that the GM can focus on the game as a psychotherapeutic process that he needs to lead. Then, when it comes to playtime and downtime, we're usually talking about one-off events for many reasons, some of them practical and some of them having to do with what exactly is our target group, like what issues do we want to address through the LARP. Now, if we have campaigns, if we choose to have campaigns for some reason, let's say that it's an ongoing psychotherapy group that meets, every couple of weeks or every month in a specific setting, we should pay a lot of attention on downtime. No downtime. Or if there is a downtime, it should be controlled. Because like even in recreational LARPs, I think we've all seen how much damage downtime can do, downtime events, can do to a LARP, and how much toxicity this can trigger. Of course, we don't want this here. Also, during the game, even if it's quite short, like 1.5 hours or 2 hours, it's very useful to have off-game breaks. We're talking about people that maybe cannot take immersion for 1.5 hours. And of course, the emotional safety person always available at all times. Does this paint the picture a little bit? Cool. And maybe the most important thing, how to end the LARP. So, in most cases, we have talked about debriefing and its importance, but I want to also stress the importance of de-rolling in this case. Because even if, the 19-year-old player in the Boffer LARP, we've seen through many discussions that cannot necessarily, distinguish reality from the game and all the consequences that this has, just imagine, people that are challenged in some ways. They need to have a very serious and even time-consuming ritual and procedure to make sure that everyone is out of his role, that nothing from the role has stayed on them. They should, take it all off. And then we can have the debriefing. Because otherwise the debriefing doesn't make any sense, they're still in the role. Okay? I won't go to many details here because we talked about debriefing a lot, so I think I'm repeating other people. And what can we get through that? Actually, I would say the same things that we talked about when we were talking about personal development, just in a more focused and formal way. So I will not, again, go into many details here. Now, I've included some relevant theories and approaches from psychology. Don't worry, I will not analyze them all. I'm just giving you hints on things that you can look up, and I will just comment on a couple of them a little bit more. Some of them, psychodrama and social drama, they were developed by Jacob Moreno. They actually also played a role in the history of LARP itself, like they were a contributing stone in the development of LARP. So, I want to talk a little bit about drama therapy. You can find, all this relevant information in Phil Jones' book. Phil Jones is talking about 9 core processes for therapeutic purposes in drama therapy. I will go through them, explaining them very briefly. So, first of all is dramatic projection. Dramatic projection is that through the alibi that we said before, I project things that are within me in a dramatic way outside of me. So I take something from inside and I project it outside of me in the character, in the plot, in the game. Therapeutic performance process, that the performance in self can be totally therapeutic because of the expression. Drama therapeutic empathy and distancing. So drama and drama therapy in this case includes both empathy that we already talked about, but it also involves distancing. So I may empathize with the character that I'm playing, but I'd also distance myself from the character, which is a very magic paradox. So personification and impersonation. I become a person and I portray a person at the same time. Now, there's also a very important element of interactive witnessing, that all this process is not happening to me alone, there are other people there. And they are there to witness it and give me, either verbally or non-verbally, either consciously or unconsciously, feedback about it. The way that other players interact with me gives me feedback about how I'm playing. Embodiment, so using the body in this whole process. Playing can be therapeutic. We are adults that often forget how to play. Maybe not us in this room, generally. And now, this is a thing, also very important, life, drama, connection. So, through debriefing, in this case, to make connections, similarities and differences between what happens in the drama and what happens in real life. Who was I as a character and who am I as a real person? And all this leads to transformation. So my argument is that all of these things you can witness in a LARP, and you can witness it in any recreational LARP with no serious purpose, as long as there is debriefing. With no debriefing, you're missing this, so everything else collapses or is useless anyhow. And then, another interesting concept that I wanted to share, because I thought that maybe some of you would want to look it up in more detail, is recreational therapy. So, recreational therapy is a relatively new, let's say, branch of psychotherapy, of therapy in general, actually, not only psychotherapy, because it involves also, physical therapy, social therapy, etc., that has to do with any means of recreation. It can be outdoors-based psychotherapy. It can be sports-based psychotherapy. RPG-based psychotherapy is a very big branch in this field. So whoever is interested in knowing more, not only how to use LARP, but also other things that us nerds like in this context, can look this up. And I also included their website, the website of the international organization. Another quote that I like about recreation, since I was talking about recreational therapy. So the word recreation is really a very beautiful word. It is defined in the dictionary as the process of giving new life to something, of refreshing something, of restoring something. This something, of course, is the whole person. And I believe that this is the quote that, for me, describes in the best way what happens to me every time I LARP for whatever reasons. Suggested reading, useful links, and that's it. Thank you.
Questions?
Well, as you said, LARP is a very powerful tool. And even when you don't want to actually stimulate personal growth specifically, then it might happen. And what can people do to not get it wrong for other people? Because you can I can make a LARP because I want to hit people in the not in the head. But I want to hit people with a sword. Somebody comes up and opens up, and that person is actually traumatized by the event. What can we do to keep this away?
Emotional safety regulator, always.
And safety team.
Give me a job, guys. Okay. No, seriously, I want to say a few more words. Like, I think that we can all agree, based on our different experiences, that humans are the most unpredictable species in the planet. It is good, in my opinion, to have there someone that can deal with any situation that may arise, because you will not see it coming. You will not see it coming. I was talking about this a little bit with Zbigniew and Nicola yesterday, and what I told them is don't trust your judgment. Like, you go as a GM, you know, you meet the players and you have this impression of, let's say, Irene, that Irene looks like a very, you know, contained person, you know, not too much emotional ups and downs. You don't know her. Even if you know her for a long time, you cannot know what can be potentially triggered in Irene under a specific situation that may or may not arise. And if you yourself are not, you know, trained or capable or willing to deal with this, let's be honest, it's not a nice job. Okay, it's not a fun thing to go and talk with a person that is crying for something that in your view was nothing. Okay, it was nothing special, nothing happened, but this person is collapsing. You think it's stupid. Well, that's why you need to have someone there who, even though he or she may also think it's stupid, he will still deal with it.
All right, so just one question about the different kind of scenarios that you... can you just give us an example about what kind of scenarios that you've used or other people have used in psychotherapy and LARP? So how, yeah, that would be... there was an example by Lucius, so... Examples.
So I can give you an example of a scenario that I've used. So it was supposed to be a scenario that deals with existential dread, the fear of death. Okay, yes, nice theme, huh? So anyway, I created a scenario where the players were random people, not related to each other previously, that had gathered for some kind of gala or festivity, I don't know, something. And all of a sudden, the end of the world comes. Okay, so meteorites start hitting the Earth. It was very difficult to create, you know, with the videos and music, but I think I did a good job. And anyway, so actually they spent 1.5 hours waiting to die. Okay? And this created a lot of shit. And my purpose was for this shit, because we all have that shit inside of us, whether we like it or not, to surface in a safe environment where we can actually talk about it, because we rarely do. That is an example from my work. I can also give you an example of a LARP that you can also find freely in the famous LARP, what was it, the LARP dictionary, whatever, the family Anderson. It's, do you know it? It's an excellent scenario to talk about, you know, family relationships and guilt and all this drama and oppression within the family. This is also excellent, excellent.
Okay. I wanted to ask, I totally agree for the necessity of having like the emotional safety specialist. A question is, in case you are not available or a person with MA and years of experience in this, how much time would you need to train that specialist?
that specialist needs to be trained in psychotherapy. So if you cannot find a psychotherapist who is also a LARPer, and we are many, but if you cannot find one, you could take a psychotherapist and train him in LARP, which will take less time than to give him a 4 years training in psychotherapy.
So it's years, thank you.
This way, it's years. The other way, it's a week.
Yeah, I just want, these kind of scenarios sound to me very similar to kind of like more artistic Nordic scenarios, and then I just find it beautiful, like how this kind of art and therapy, which is coming from this common root of magic somewhere, it's like finding its way again.
Always, like art therapy is a very big, chapter in any form of art. Like visual arts or drama or music or even writing, and LARP, uses it all. It's like the ultimate, art form in this context.
Any more questions? Well, thank you, Electra.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you do. Right, okay, sorry, I forgot. Okay. Well, this is the end, my friends. This is the end. Yeah, well, we need to wrap this up for the people who are watching this. So we need to have some sort of closure. Thank you all for coming. It has been 4 wonderful days. I still don't believe that we've held all the program items without a glitch. And almost on time, yeah. So thank you for that. And you were wonderful in another aspect as well. Not only that you came to the lectures, you also came to the games. So we were full in every way possible. So thank you for that, for not missing out on this. And also thank you for putting up with the worst master of ceremonies ever. I would like to extend thanks to Tomislav for being with us here and making the spreading of the good vibes of PoRtaL to wider audience possible. And also, I need to mention our sponsors here, who provided this tasty beverages. They're a company called Atlantic, and they supported us during the last PoRtaL, and they did so for this one. So yeah, give them a round of applause as well. We shall end this now. You're of course free to stay and hang around and talk about whatever you want to talk about. And hope to see you again next year at PoRtaL 9. Thank you all.
Spreadsheets.